Okay, everybody, welcome to the sixth round of Rilton Cup. I'm Martin Lokander and I will be your host. Today, I can see that no one's sitting next to me right now, but that will change because later the Grandmaster Ferdinand Hellers will come and join me. Of course, those of you who don't know Ferdinand Hellers, he used to be Swedish biggest talent in the 80s and 90s when he was one of the world's biggest talents at all, and he won like junior championships and everything, and he became a grandmaster at a very young age until he suddenly stopped playing chess and became a lawyer instead. Unfortunately, that's a path that many chess players have chosen as well. Of course, yesterday the biggest game of the day was, of course, on the first board, Kamsky playing white against Sokolov. I still don't know really what to say about that game because it was completely crazy. The opening didn't seem to be a very big success for Sokolov, but somehow Kamsky chose the entirely wrong plan, and he got completely outplayed. And just when Sokolov was about to finish him, he got swindled in time trouble, and it seems like Kamsky was sort of lucky to get away with that point. But I know, I mean, he's experienced. I'm not really sure who deserves that point anyway, but it was very unfortunate for Sokolov, who has been playing extremely well so far. He was on 4 out of 4. Now, on the other hand, it's Kamsky on 4.5, leading the tournament together with the Indian surprise Dopade Swapnil, who I can't really say I know much about. At least I know that the Indian players are up and coming and they're extremely strong. They're participating in all the strong open tournaments all around the world, and we've seen that in 2016. And of course, they are facing each other on board number one, with Swapnil having the white pieces. And of course, if anyone's going to win that game, he would be a clear favorite to win the tournament because they're both in the lead right now. Especially for Kamsky, who is playing black in this game. Of course, playing black, it's a bit harder to win the game, but I know that Kamsky is a bit of a fighter and he knows these situations in open tournaments. He knows how to play for a win with black. And yeah, maybe we can start off looking at that game immediately. We see that Swapnil, I can't really say that I know much about his playing style or opening repertoire. At least he's been winning some games, and that's the most important thing. He's on 4.5 out of 5. And we see here that, of course, Kamsky has a lot of different openings in his repertoire, but the Grimfeld is one of his most, well, used weapons as black against 1d4. And I remember the candidates tournament in 2011, I believe, was played in Kazan, and Kamsky was one of the candidates playing to come in the final World Championship final. And his opening in that match was, well, very much based on the Grimfeld defense. He played it against, I believe, Grishuk and even Topalov. But I know that he's been playing it for quite a while. And we see here that the Padre shows this variation with Queen b3, which I believe is known as the Russian system. And I believe that Kamsky is thinking at this point, or yeah, well, he's probably made a few moves. I'm gonna update the board to see which variation he chooses. Of course, there are a lot of different variations White can choose. I actually played against Kamsky this summer, and I went for this move Bishop g5. But I can't really say that my opening was a very big success. Kamsky definitely outplayed me in that game. So Queen b3, and we get this main variation rather quickly. And we see that the Queen isn't supposed to be developed very early in the opening, but on the other hand, White, with this move Queen b3, forced Black to do something in the center here with the pawn on d5. So when it takes on c4 and e4, White has a grip on the center. On the other hand, Black will try and gain time by attacking this queen on c4. It's not perfectly placed. a6, of course, being one of the main moves, perhaps the main move in this position right now. There are, of course, moves like knight a6 followed by c5 has been played a lot of times by, for example, Kasparov. Bishop g4 has been played a lot of times. I think Smyslov has played it. Knight c6 is being played, attacking here. And lately there have become even, like, these crazy moves. Bishop e6 has become very popular, and after d5 they go back to c8, and then they attack the center with c6 and e6, and apparently this is also supposed to be fine for Black. If anyone's interested in the Grimfeld for Black, I would recommend Looking at Kamsky or definitely Peter Svidler, who plays the Greenfield all the time, and of course they are leading experts in the world in this opening right now. We see here that after a6, black is going to play b5 attacking the queen, and either white can play e5 or he can play bishop e2. Bishop e2 probably being the main move these days, but this is of course very complicated as well. Queen b3, the knight goes to d7, and sometimes you have to reckon with moves like e6. It's all of this is very complicated. But if I'm gonna guess, I think the trendiest move right now is to play bishop e2, and usually they go for the move c5 here. And now black can choose whether he goes bishop e6, which I think is the most popular move, or bishop b7, which is also completely okay. I think Grandelius chose this move bishop b7 in against Tomaszewski. But anyway, this will be an interesting fight, and I think White is thinking here after a6. It doesn't look like he's made on the board on the camera as well. So we'll come back to this game later on. On the second board we have two extremely strong grandmasters. We have the, well, first ranked Krishna Sasikiran, who has the same elo as Kamsky, playing white against the Israeli grandmaster Evgeny Posty, who's of course, they're both really strong 2600 grandmasters, and they're facing each other. And well, it leads to a Rui Lopez, where apparently there will be some sort of theoretical duel going on here. Sasikiran has for a long time been the India's number 2 behind, of course, the former world champion Viswanathan Anand. But lately, of course, there are a lot of grandmasters from India coming right up, so I think he's no longer number 2. I believe that's Pentala Hari Krishna right now, but of course, Sasikiran is always a member of the Indian team and the Olympiads and so on. And yeah, we have reached the main line of the Rui Lopez. This has all been played hundreds and thousands of times. With the move h3, which might look weird to some people, White is trying to build a big center here with the move d4, but if we go d4 immediately, black can play this move bishop g4, and we're indirectly attacking this pawn on d4. And, well, of course, you can play this way, there's a lot of theory, bishop e3 and so on. But h3 sort of eliminates this possibility of going bishop g4. So now d4 is about to be played. And black has a lot of different moves at this point. Knight a5 is the old move by Shigorin, I believe. Bishop b7 has been played in this tournament, Zaitsev variation. But Postny plays this move knight b8, which looks really weird to some people, and, well, it still looks weird, but this knight is actually going to the square d7, where it does a lot of different works, and we really don't want to be in front of this pawn. We want the pawn to be on c5, and we see that if he plays d4 at this point, we're right in time to play knight d7 because we defend this pawn on e5. And later on, this knight can go to squares like c5, b6, and maybe even rook e8 and go to f8 at some point. So the knight is much better placed on d7 than on c6. The downside is, of course, that it loses a lot of time going with the knight on this journey to d7. So knight d2 is played, bishop b7. This is another pro of having the knight on d7 instead of c6. The bishop is attacking the pawn on e4 immediately. For example, white often wants this knight. Well, it's not very well placed on d2 because it's standing in the way of the bishop. So we want this knight to go to f1 and g3. But the problem here is that if after knight f1 we can just take this pawn on e4. So white has to lose some time with this move bishop c2, defending the pawn on e4. And black usually takes this time to play moves like rook e8, attacking this pawn on e4, and after knight f1, bishop f8, now black is preparing e takes d4, attacking this pawn, knight g3, black usually plays g6, so the knight won't get into f5. This has all been played thousands of times. I believe Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, has been one of the main players of black's position here. But instead, Posner chooses a different move. He goes c5 rather early, which I can't really say that I've seen it in this position before. Probably knight f1 looks like a natural move when I don't know if it's possible to transpose him to some kind of mainline later on. But anyway, Sasikiran after c5, he played d5 and he played it quickly, so perhaps this is something Postnes played before and something Sasikiran prepared against. So after d5, this is a committal move because we kind of decide what's going on in the center, and no one is no longer attacking anything here in the center. But the bishop on b7, it's not really that good. It's go right into the pawn on d5, and if white gets his way, then the entire queen side is going to be completely closed. For example, a move like b3 or something, so that if black plays b4, we can go c4. This would be desirable. And of course, if black goes c4 at some point, we can go b4, just closing everything on the queen side. That would be white's dream, and then later on, he's going to attack with everything he's got on the king side. The knight can go to g3 and maybe f5, bishop can go to g5, knight h2, queen f3, knight g4. That's usually the idea. So we see here, after d5, Postny takes the advantage of time, he plays c4 immediately. He doesn't want to allow white to, well, close the position on the queen side, of course. And we see here, after b3, he takes the time to open up the position here on the queen side. So white hasn't really succeeded in closing the queen side. He has to deal with the queen side for now. And after queen c7, of course, he's attacking this pawn on c3. And after bishop b2 being the natural move defending this pawn, we see that he goes a5. And I'm not really sure. I haven't seen many games in this position before. So probably, well, both players have been playing rather quickly, so that's a good sign that they prepared this before. But anyway, black is trying to create something here. Maybe knight b6 and a4 at some point, trying to get the square on c4 would be a possibility. If he goes b4, then white will probably have to go c4 to try and close, but maybe he can try something like this and go a4. White has to be careful on the queen side. We see here that he takes some time and plays this move b4. And he plays it quickly, so it's very likely to be preparation by Sasikiran. And the point being, of course, that after moving the pawn to b4, black no longer has the square c5, which is a real nice square for black's knight. So a4 could be played, but it kind of closes the position, and the pawn isn't very dangerous. So maybe at some point white can even play c4 and try and get this pawn on a4. Maybe not at this point because there's moves like c3, but the idea of playing c4 is always there. And I see that Postny took on b4. They've been playing really quickly. They exchanged and c takes b4, knight b6. So the knight is heading to some real nice squares on the queen side. Bishop d3 is a rather typical move attacking this pawn, because the bishop isn't doing much on c2 anyway. So after bishop d3, knight c4, queen c2, they've all been playing these moves very, very quickly, so I assume this has been some sort of preparation, at least by Sasikiran. Postny, on the other hand, I have no idea if he has played this before. But generally, White hasn't really been able to close the position on the queen side, which should be good for for black, sorry. And for black, well, this knight on c4, we have to figure out if it's good or bad. Because now I believe white is attacking to take it. And, well, black doesn't really want to waste too much time. We can't really move the knight because, well, obviously the queen is hanging on c7, so a move like rook c8 could be possible here. Just defending this knight and defending the queen on c7. That's definitely a possibility. At some point we would have to calculate moves like rook a2. I'm not sure really what's going on here. I thought knight takes. If we take here bishop takes c4, we can probably take on b2. and this would probably be good for black, having the two bishops for a rook. So I don't know, perhaps rook a2 is a possibility. Uh, of course, Krishnam Sasikiran, if we look at the time, he's on 134, so he's even gained 4 minutes since the beginning of the game. So this is probably some kind of preparation. Or he's bluffing against Postny, I don't know. We have another game. We have Sokolov, who's of course been playing extremely well up until a certain move yesterday, g5. Uh, I don't know. It's really important psychology in chess in this kind of open tournaments, because you have to sort of forget those moves like g5 and just move on, because you have to win next game anyway. And Sarkar, being a very strong international master from USA, I believe, he's fighting for this Grandmaster norm, and he's been doing extremely well so far, being on 4 out of 5, beating several Grandmasters, and he's playing the Grimfell defense, which is a well, Sokolov has been playing this Grimfell defense for quite a while, so it's quite risky to play such an opening against a well-known expert in his own system. But anyway, we see here that we quickly reach the main position of the Grimfell defense, which is rather typical for this opening. White has a very strong center with his pawns, and black asks, is it really that strong? Because this bishop attacks the pawns on d4 and c3. Later on he's gonna play c5, attacking it even more. He's gonna play knight c6, attacking it even more. And perhaps if the knight goes to f3, he's gonna play bishop g4, attacking it even further. Castle and even queen a5. So this is one of those openings where black gives up the center and then it goes everything to attack it later on. For example, after the move knight f3, which I believe is very popular, black goes c5, and it's not so easy to defend this pawn on d4. I believe, well, one of the main moves is bishop e3, which Kramnik played a lot of times. And another move is the very weird rook b1. And the idea, we have to look at the move bishop e2, because of the knight c6. The idea is that this pawn is attacked, and after bishop e3 or something, we will just go bishop g4. And at some point, if we go d5, then this little pawn on c3 would be hanging, and we don't want to allow that. So after rook b1, the idea is that, well, let's see castles, bishop e2. Now we can play knight c6, and after d5, white plays the sacrifice without the rook being on a1. So we can play it like this, which is actually real dangerous for black to accept, because the king is rather weak and we can go h4, h5 and so on later on. Also, another point of rook b1 is of course that bishop g4 would be, well, rather difficult to play with the b7 pawn hanging. So black is doing everything to attack white's center, and we see that Sokolov's move here, queen a4 check, is well, it's a rather unusual move, but it has been played quite a while in the last few years, because, well, white wants to avoid all these long forced lines, most of them leading to some kind of draw. And after queen a4, he gets some sort of game where we just play chess, you know. And after queen a4, black has to defend the king somehow. It's not so easy. A move like c6 can be played, of course, but the idea is to go c5, so you don't really want to go c6. Another move is bishop d7, but I believe it was Vidler who played this in the World Cup recently, maybe 3 years ago, and he met this move queen a3, and he was really suffering, because the queen on a3 looks really good. It can attack this move pawn on e7 with moves like bishop d5, and most importantly, moves like c5 aren't really likely to work with the queen on a3. So instead of the queen a4, Sarkar played the move knight d7, which I think is the main move these days. You can also play queen d7. And this knight it's not perfect, because you want this knight to be on c6 really, but it's okay. The pawn will go to c5 eventually, and this knight can go to moves like b6 or even f6, attacking the pawn on e4. And we see bishop e3 has been played, castle has been played. I believe this is a good moment for white to play moves like knight f3, and then I guess black will play c5 and maybe rook c1. And yeah, This is a rather typical Grenfell position. Black will probably play b6 or even a6 and b5, bishop b7, just develop the pieces and attack the center later on with the rook coming to d8 perhaps. Sometimes you can even attack the center with a move like e5. I think, yeah, Sokolov, okay, plays rook c1. He's probably trying to surprise his opening, and of course Sokolov being one of the most well-known Grunfeld experts in the world, he knows this opening ins and outs. He he knows the small subtleties, and he hopes that Black doesn't really know them very well. Sarkar, on the other hand, it's brave playing this opening against Sokolov because, well, of course he's an expert, and he doesn't really need to win with the black pieces. This is a rather aggressive opening, but of course he's playing for a grandmaster norm here. He has recently started working with the, I believe it's called Kasheshvili, a Georgian grandmaster, but he lives in the US, so and he's been doing rather well this last few months, Sarkar. And also we have this game Volkov playing white against Arthur Snakesons on the fourth board, and well, Volkov has a very interesting playing style because he plays the same openings again and again, which makes him rather easy to prepare against, but somehow he knows these openings extremely well. So he doesn't really mind that the opponent will be preparing. And well, this is one of my own favorite moves. So I'm definitely gonna keep a look at this game. This pawn on f3. The idea is rather obvious. Whites want to go e4, but it's not so clear. Most people go d5 to prevent d4, but it's not so easy after a3 anyway. Uh, it's it's very common that I get this structure with white, and then I go just e3, bishop d3, knight e2, I castle knight g3, and then eventually I will push e4. It's rather difficult to stop actually. So this has been played in the World Championship match as well. I think Carlsen against Anand. Carlsen playing black. Uh, but of course, Nixons has prepared something against this variation. And instead he castles on the move 4, which I think is one of the better variations for black. And I've tried this move e4 a couple of times, but it's not so easy after d5 because e5, knight d7. Black is going to attack the center with c5 somehow, and maybe even f6. So it's very easy for white to quickly. This center can easily crumble. I've had. I think I usually play this version with a3 here, and well, this has been played a lot of times. I believe Aronian played this in the candidates tournament. And after queen e8, sometimes white even plays king f2. Well, these old variations are completely crazy. I mean, I can't really explain all the subtleties of this variation. I played f4 myself, and I think one trick white has to watch out here is that after knight f3, this is very bad for white because there's this sacrifice on e5, and you have to watch out for the check on h4, and after g3 there's the check on e4, picking up a rook on h1. This is all very, very tactical. So e4 is not as clear as it's not as good as it looks, but instead Volkov plays this move a3, and we get this structure with which I'm kind of afraid of playing with white. These double pawns are, well, they're horrible to play with actually. But on the other hand, white is going to play e4, e5, maybe even f4, bishop d3. He's gonna do everything to attack on the king side. And I know that Volkov plays these variations regularly, and he has had this position so many times. c5, e4, d6. So generally what black is doing is similar to the game we saw yesterday, I believe. Nixon was playing black in the Names of Indian, and he's playing the same idea that he played yesterday. He gave up this bishop on b4, he gave white some double pawns, and after he gave up that bishop, he's putting all his pawns, he's later gonna play e5, he's putting them on dark squares, so that this bishop is the one that's good, and the one he lost is no longer, well, the bishop on b4 wouldn't be so very nice as before. And we see after d6, bishop d3, he plays this idea, putting the pawns on dark squares, b6, bishop g5. This is a rather annoying pin at many times. E5 was played, d5, knight a5. Uh, well, both sides have sort of succeeded somehow because, well, white has managed to close the center, which is always good when you're going to attack. The knight can go to g3 and maybe even h5 at some point, trying to give black double pawns here. But on the other hand, this is always a weakness of the knight g3 here. One typical idea is bishop a6, trying to attack this pawn on c4. Let's say if you defend it with queen e2, sometimes even the queen can join to a4, and then it's really hard to defend this pawn on c4. Well, of course, this is all very hypothetical, and we see after knight g3, he played this move h6, which is probably a very good idea, because after bishop h4, g5, I don't see a way out for this bishop on h4. So instead it has to go back to e3, and yeah, this is the position they have right now. White is probably going to attack somehow on the king side. I'm not sure how. Probably is going to castle, queen e2, maybe at some point play f4, maybe not. The knight, well, the knight is sort of in the way for the attack now, because I would rather have it behind the g pawn now. But yeah, perhaps he will play with f4, trying to open up the position on the king side. And yeah, I think we're gonna take a small break, and probably I will be joined by Grandmaster Ferdinand Hellers when I'm back. Okay. Okay, we're back, and I have a guest with me. I have Swedish Grandmaster Ferdinand Hellers with me. Welcome very much, and thank you for joining me here in the studio.
Thank you.
First of all, I think there are some viewers in the audience who's asking, Ferdinand Hellers, I haven't seen his game in the, well, Swedish championships and so on this last couple of years. And that's because you don't play anymore.
True enough. Last couple of years is certainly an understatement. I haven't played a serious tournament for almost 20 years.
For 20 years. So yeah, and you were extremely successful when you played 20 years ago, at least. You were one of the, well, perhaps the most talented players we have in Sweden, winning, well, a lot of junior tournaments. Did you win the junior world championship?
No, never the world championship. I got the bronze medal, I think. Yes, bronze medal in '86. I was European champion in '85.
And
long time ago.
And you became a grandmaster at a very young age as well.
Yes, I was 19 at 1988.
And at that time, it was not so easy becoming a grandmaster, I believe. Now there are tournaments all over the world at any time. So becoming a grandmaster at 19 at that age is probably quite a feat, I believe. And have you seen anything of the Rilton tournament so far?
No, not really. No.
Not really. Do you recognize some of the names we have playing in
Oh
this
yes,
tournament?
the names. Yes, some of them at least. The Swedish names. Some.
And we have some kind of legends here playing as well. Maybe Kamsky and Sokolov. Did you play any of these guys like when you were active?
Ivan is an old friend of mine. I played him many times. So
Okay.
I never played Kamsky.
Okay. Well, anyway, they are both here and they're doing quite well so far. And yeah, we kind of take a look at Erik Blomqvist's game against Kravtsev.
Fine.
Of course, you know Blomqvist from winning the Swedish Championship this year, and he also won the Nordic Championship. So he has had quite a year. And he's playing
he made a very good impression in the Swedish Championship.
Yeah,
to me,
he won this tournament with quite some margin. And we see here playing the Ukrainian Grandmaster Martin Kravtsev, who I believe is rated third in this tournament. So it's quite a challenge today, and he's going for a Catalan today. We see that they quickly reach this position, and Black actually takes here on c4. Why do you think he takes this pawn at this moment?
Well, it's one of the main lines. I mean, either Black can play a more, what shall we say, more conservatively by playing c6 and so on, and b6 and bishop e7, knight e7, so on. Black is a little cramped, but very solid. Or you can sort of play for opening a position. That's the other line to take on c4, which is mainline theory. So as far as I remember, yes.
We see here that Blomqvist plays the blue queen c2, yeah.
a6, and now a4, or it's also possible just to take on c4, but a4 is fine, of course.
I believe this is one of the main lines that has been played
b5, knight
for a long time.
Go back, and then White can play either bishop d2 or was it bishop f4 or something like this.
Yeah, and yeah, this is all very interesting theory. Yeah. Sometimes, well, Black is playing for this move c5 in either way, I believe. And we see after a4.
Yes, c5 here is not something I can. If I remember the theory correctly, Black usually played bishop d7, queen takes c4, bishop c6.
And the idea of this would be to try and neutralize the bishop on
yes,
c2,
exactly.
I guess.
And then I think Black would consider to play bishop d5 and then c5. Maybe then bishop d5, c5, and knight bd7, something like this. That would be the idea. I cannot remember c5 directly, but I'm.
No, I believe this is rather unusual, but
Yeah.
well, probably this is something prepared at home by Kravtsev, or maybe a slight surprise just to get Blomqvist out of the book. I'm not sure, but it's quite unusual. So White actually takes on c5 here, and takes the pawn on c4. And the structure is, well, they both have the same open lines here on the c and d file. So the position is rather safe, at least for White, I think. He's the one ahead in development here. And this move b6 looks kind of risky to me. Why do you think he plays this move?
Indeed, I agree. It looks a bit risky. Well, of course, you want to play bishop b7, but it's not very likely you're allowed to that easily. Yeah, but okay. If White cannot let's say exploit this tactically, then maybe it's a good move, basically. So let's see. But knight e5 is certainly not the only move. I don't know what else you can think of. I don't know. You cannot do that, of course. Knight c3. I don't know, bishop b7. I don't. Rook d1, but knight is no. You just develop. Oh, queen e7 or knight e7. You just develop. No, that was not very
I
good.
guess white is trying to punish black's opening somehow by playing this knight e5, attacking, and not allowing bishop b7 so easily.
Yes. Let me see. Yeah.
Well,
fair enough.
I guess rook a7 has to be played.
Obviously, yes.
And the rook can sometimes even come to c7, develop this way.
That's why I'm not sure about knight e5, because you do develop black, but maybe it's unavoidable. You have to do something. Now knight c3. Well,
Knight
fair
c3
enough.
was played, yeah. And black got to play this move bishop b7 anyway. But of course, white is still ahead in development, so.
This.
And he played this move knight e4. Blomqvist. Why do you think he played this move? He's ahead in development. Should he really want to try and exchange the pieces, or is he playing for some kind of pressing against this pawn in an endgame? Or I'm not really sure.
No.
Do you have any alternatives for white in this position, perhaps?
It's not so easy, I guess.
Well, black's position is quite solid anyway. So.
Well, what about if you play? Well, rook d1.
Rook d1 looks natural, and maybe queen e7.
And then
I guess.
Well, maybe simply put your pieces out. I'm not sure. Bishop f4.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Well, it's kind of annoying that this knight, if it develops, then we have to reckon that a6 is on pre as well. So white still has some pressure, I believe.
Oh yes. Now I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, maybe you can play rook c8.
Rook c8, and well, we have this threat bishop that takes f2 at least against the queen. But yeah. On the other hand, if we play a move like king g2, we can't really move the bishop because the rook is hanging as well.
King g2 looks strange to me.
Yeah.
Then rook bc7 or something.
Yeah, you're right. So
no, I'm not sure about anything. And see, go back to the position of there. Yeah.
But yeah, what's your reaction on this move knight e4? How are you thinking about this move? It's
a bit strange to me. Why do you want to exchange pieces? I'm not so sure if that's a good idea.
well, I guess the natural move would be to take her and maybe play rook c7.
Natural enough. Maybe bishop f4.
Maybe this is annoying because yeah, you don't want to have this rook.
I do like his move, rook c7, but I'm in this instead of knight e4. Let me see. I don't know. Difficult to say, but maybe I don't know if you can get that ambitious. I'm not sure. What about, for example, I don't know, b4?
b4 looks very aggressive at least.
Yes, that's the idea, but I'm not sure. But the idea would be bishop e7, and then you put bishop. If you play bishop e7, you put the bishop on e3. Looks.
You want to attack these
Well, you
pawns,
put your
like
pieces in
yeah.
what I consider nice positions. I'm not sure, but developing. But of course, maybe bishop d6. It's
Yeah, maybe, but okay.
rook
Maybe rook d1.
d1, queen c7, maybe, but I'm not sure. Maybe queen c7. Yeah,
This looks good.
yeah. That was even maybe white is in serious trouble tactically. Okay, never mind. But
Well,
I'm looking for something that 94 was b4 maybe is too ambitious. But
we see after
or
94.
maybe just bishop f4, but bishop g5 also. But then h6, I'm not sure. But this rook d1, queen e7.
Well, anyway, we can look at the game we played knight e4, which looks perhaps strange. But after rook c7, do you think? Well, do you think he wants to take this bishop?
Yes, but rook takes c5. You put it on. You have to play queen f4.
And this doesn't look very harmonious, I guess.
No, I'm not sure.
But on the other hand,
Even a move like rook c2.
rook c2. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe this knight would be okay on d3, but I don't want to move this pawn on e2. So yeah, this rook c2 might be annoying, attacking this pawn on e2. I'm not really sure if I want to allow this. So do you think he will play something else after rook c7? Because this is a threat taking on f2.
Indeed.
You think he's going to take on f6 or something else?
Yeah, with queen takes f6. I mean, what's have you gained? Nothing. I mean, it's even, I don't know, some move like queen e4, knight e7. Black is developing everything.
Maybe bishop f4.
Uh-huh. Yeah, maybe. I may be right.
Well, I don't know if white has succeeded in putting maximum pressure on black from the opening, punishing this move c5, but at least the position is rather safe. You can't go
Oh
too
yeah.
bad for white,
No, that's true, of course.
Yeah, you have to do some really strange things to lose this quickly, I think. Anyway, maybe we should take a look at some of the young players in the tournament. We have Avonder Liang playing against Bluebaum, and this is rather interesting because I think Liang is the world's number one in from the 13 years old, and Bluebaum is the world number one of the 19 years old. So they're both really strong players. I believe Bluebaum is a strong grandmaster these days. Liang is still an international master. He hasn't gained his grandmaster title yet, and he's playing the Caro-Kann defense. And I don't know, is this an opening you have played any time?
As white, yes, not as black.
Okay, so this is all very well known to you, I guess.
Of course. Knight f6 though.
This is not very common as far as I can tell. Where after h6,
Knight h6 is normal, I guess.
yeah, I think this was played in one of the World Championship matches, Anand against Carlsen actually.
I'm sure.
So knight e5, bishop h7. Well, this was played in one of those matches, I remember. But this move, knight h5, is a complete surprise to me. Have you seen this before?
No, I don't think so.
It looks very, well, strange to me, but I suppose this is some sort of surprise that Bluebaum has prepared for the game. I guess you don't make this up over the board.
I'm sure not.
And, how do you think white should react? Because if you take on h5, then the bishop at least has a square here. And the pawn on h4 might look strange, I don't know.
Yes, I don't know, however, if there's any alternative to taking on h5. I don't know. Very strange.
How's the move knight e2? I don't know. Maybe G4 is.
Oh, indeed, it's a threat. Maybe it's a threat. Maybe. But it also looks very strange. 92.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not sure, but it's interesting enough. I mean,
Yeah.
8, 9, H5.
Well, White did take on H5
Yeah,
during the game. I see that they both spent quite a lot of time. But the bishop takes, he just went bishop e3.
fair enough.
I guess defending the pawn on d4 in case
Yeah,
Black would take on f3. At 97, and White played this move queen d3 anyway, allowing the pawns to be doubled on the f file. This looks strange to me, this move queen d3. Why would he put the queen on d3? I would say maybe the bishop would be, or maybe c4 or.
well, I mean, right, you want to castle long, and well, I do understand queen d3, but
But you're not sure if you like it.
no, but it's a yes, but this is
Well, this is what happened in the game,
yeah.
at least, and White's pawns don't look very beautiful, but we have the bishop pair at least.
Yes, and I would imagine Black would have to play a move like e6.
And then I guess castling looks natural. We
Yeah,
have.
or you maybe you should, instead of castle, maybe you should play a move like. Now, what I'm not happy with is because White can, if White plays f4, you want to go f5 and get rid of these double pawns, and Black position will be somewhat more loose, if you can express it that way. But now maybe g6.
So you're just trying to take
Yeah,
control of this
yeah,
square.
and h5 is no big, and then bishop g7. Everything
Yeah.
looks very solid for Black. Solid pawn structure. White's pawn structure is not that solid, obviously. So I'm not sure about this, but maybe not f4. I had an idea. Maybe even instead you play h5 here.
Oh, and so that after g6
No, well,
you can take here.
yeah. So it's not possible, basically.
Yeah.
And if you play, yeah, and then you go f4, f5. But that makes me even think that maybe if black instead of e6 should maybe play g6.
Oh, and so that after
h5 you
h5
have
bishop
bishop
g7,
g7.
defending the rook in time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Something like maybe g6 is a good move.
Yeah, it makes sense to be able to play the move e6 and bishop g7.
Yeah, because in the long run, I mean, this double pawns. Maybe it's not only the double pawns, but also the bishop pair is locked in, sort of.
But I guess
Especially the bishop on white squared bishop. If you allow to go h5 and f4 f5, then this can come to life very unpleasant. But now you sort of keep it locked
well, I guess
on the
after
lock and
like
key. Yeah,
castles,
so bishop
bishop g7.
e6 doesn't really matter, I think.
Well, I'm gonna
This
try something like
an
this anyway.
e6, yeah, or even maybe not e6. Maybe you should just play queen c7
Oh. And
and castle. Well, well,
you want this king to be on the queen side, or
yes.
I guess it's a rather ambitious to go this way with the open
Uh,
h file and everything.
it's always a risk. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I'm not saying it's maybe you can cope with it, but I would prefer it long. But g6, I think, is an interesting move.
Yeah, I actually like this idea, playing against the f4 f5 idea.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll see if he plays g6. I haven't seen any
he's
more
thinking.
moves. Well, according to my transmission, he's thinking of the bishop takes f3, but that can't be right. So
No,
yeah, maybe I should update and see if he has made any more moves here after taking on f3. Well, he did play the move e6 actually, and White did play the move h5, which you
yes.
liked for White.
Hmm. I'm not sure. I think e6 could be a slight mistake, but well,
But at least White is playing for this idea that you mentioned with f4, f5, and
in the long run, yeah.
yeah,
I'm not. I mean, okay. I'm not sure. It's Black should maybe just play Queen c7 and long.
mean something like
Yeah.
this.
Yes. And anytime White goes f5, you go e5. Maybe it's not so great for White.
So it's not so easy to make these bishops come
Well,
alive anyway.
no.
Okay. So anyway, this is a very interesting position. We have, of course, both White and Black being very talented young players playing here in Stockholm. We also have this interesting position. Nihal Sarin was here and showed this game yesterday. He's only 12 years old actually,
Mm.
and he's playing the former. He won the world championship for juniors last year, Mikhail Antipov from Russia. So we have an interesting Nimzo Indian here. And after Queen c2, Black played the move d6, which is not too known to me, but it's similar to a move that Nexans played yesterday. What's the point of d6? For those who didn't see the us yesterday.
I don't know the point, to be honest. It looks a bit passive to me, but when
I guess
when I analyzed this for many years ago, it was Black. I used Castle. That was.
I think Nexans in this game yesterday after castles and knight f3 here he played d6.
I thought. Oh.
Well, of course there are lines with a3 and so on
Yeah.
as
No,
well.
I thought knight f3 c5 was the move, but maybe
Yeah, this is all has
knight
been.
a6, something like this.
Yeah, I think this is one of the main lines these days
Yeah.
as well. I think it's supposed to be quite drawish if Black knows all the double D stuff, but of course White has a lot of ways to try and pressure him. But of course this move d6, it looks strange, but probably Black wants to put a pawns on dark squares in the center.
Well, I mean, to me it's somewhat passive, but all right. I looked at the games from the London tournament. It's very strong tournament recently finished. There was a lot of games like this. Very. Yes, I must say chess is somewhat different today than it was when I was active.
I suppose, yeah. Do you think it's because of computers and?
Perhaps, yeah. I don't know. I never worked with computers, basically. I mean, not the computers analyzing, computers database, yes, but never analyzing.
I guess back in your day, you were like reading books and
Yeah,
informators, and
yeah.
yeah. Unfortunately, informator isn't as popular these days as they
No.
used to be. But we see here, White actually went for the move Bishop G5. Can't really say I'm completely sure why he had to play it immediately, but
Yeah, difficult to say. Knight bd7, it all looks reasonable.
yeah.
E3.
Now he went C5.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, perhaps, but is this in line with what you have done before? I mean,
I'm not really
you
sure.
play d6, you play knight bd7, which is more. I would. No, okay. But what about a move like simply b6? But then maybe what White wants to play knight g2, bishop b7, a3. You get very nice.
I can get the bishop.
No, you get.
Get the
Yeah,
knight to
yeah.
C3.
It looks very. I mean, bishop pair and the center.
Yeah.
It looks very nice for White. I mean, it should be nice, but all right, maybe Black is of course has no weaknesses. So
Well, I suppose it's. I should mention that so far Antipov has played really well, crazy chess so far in the tournament. I think in his game yesterday he was playing White, and well, it was extremely difficult to predict any of his moves. And I think at some point he was just completely lost out of the opening. But anyway, he plays really creatively, and
this is some kind of pawn sacrifice. I'm very
yeah.
surprised.
After d takes c5, he actually plays the move Queen a5.
Yeah.
I suppose taking advantage you can't really take here because the
No,
bishop
but
is on pre.
but he obviously took first.
He took on f6 first, yeah, and then he took on d6.
So now white is actually 2 pawns up.
Yeah. He actually played the move bishop d7 as well.
Also, generous man. Yeah. Well, looks very strange to me, but all right.
Well, it's actually 2 pawns here, so
yes.
probably the pawn on d6 might be difficult to hang on to, but it's still 1 pawn.
Still 1 pawn up, yeah.
Yeah, and it's gonna waste some time taking this pawn later, I guess. So
yes, well, if you white is simply boring here, you play knight f3.
Knight f3, and well, of course, it's always difficult to predict black's moves, but
knight e4.
Can he play? This knight e4.
Okay, I am boring. Rook c1.
You're just going to defend it, sir. I guess at some point he can try playing this type of position.
I'm play bishop e2 or bishop d3, probably a little more ambitious, maybe.
And you're actually still a pawn up, even though it's a double pawn.
Yeah, it's pawn up. Yeah, I don't know. What's so great about black's position? One wonders.
I don't know.
Well, black has to, I guess, waste a move on h6. I assume. Castles. Rook d1. Oh, no, bishop a4. Sorry.
Yeah, bishop e4?
Yes, I was thinking rook d1, but bishop a4, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's a tactic. But bishop e4, yeah.
Well, white has to be somewhat better at least. It's a pawn, but
it's a pawn, yeah.
But yeah, maybe black can try and play this somehow. Not sure how, but
yeah, that. Let me see, but let's go back to maybe I was. Maybe white can play something more ambitious, but.
Well, another move might be just bishop d3.
Yes, I agree. That's
knight
looks nice. Yeah.
Maybe black can play bishop c6 or.
Yeah.
Knight f3, I guess.
Yes.
I'm still not completely sure what's going on here.
Well, I would maybe white should castle queenside.
Maybe even black will castle queenside. I don't know.
Then I will. Yes, I will do the same. I will castle queenside.
And yeah, you're not really afraid of losing this pawn, are you? I guess. I'm gonna try and take it at least.
But now you have a strong bishop b1. Pawn is defended, and then knight e5. This looks horrible.
Yeah, this looks really bad.
Yeah, that pawn on d6. I mean, this is horrible.
Yeah, I mean,
bishop d3 is a nice move. I think it is very excellent.
Yeah,
avoiding knight e4.
Yeah, white should just develop, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure what black compensation is, but
no,
he's been playing really fun chess, this guy Antipol. So he's probably thinking. I have no idea what he's thinking, but I don't know, b5 at some point, perhaps.
Well, yes, but it cannot be too dangerous.
No, well, I don't really believe in black sacrifice at all, but he's been playing really fun chess, so
we'll see.
He's probably not sacrificing 2 pawns just to get one back and maybe suffer for a draw, but well, he has to find something extra in this position, otherwise it's just worse, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Yeah, maybe before we head back to the main games, we're gonna take a look at the Swedish games. Ravan Sagit is of course international master. He's been doing really well in Rilton Cup. I think he scored all of his IM norms in this tournament. And he scored his final one last year. And Hans Tikkanen is of course a grandmaster, and he's been winning the Swedish championship I think three years in a row. Not the current Swedish champion, that would be Blomqvist, but he's still a strong grandmaster. And we see here that Sagit doesn't really like a lot of theory, so his opening choice makes a lot of sense, I guess. um, even though it's maybe a bit dull. What do you think about this opening c5 and
Well, black is very ambitious. This is interesting.
see here that Saget has refrained from moving the center pawn so far, but after c4 he's trying to get some light squares at least in the center. And black goes d4.
Very ambitious.
And yeah, it's kind of a Benoni position with reversed colors at this point, I guess. And usually in the Benoni you don't want this bishop on b7, or at least in this case b2. But no, he went b4.
No, that makes a lot of sense, I guess. But
well, I guess the other way to attack the center would be with e3 here.
Then you get a modern Benoni reversed, yeah.
Yeah, but this leads to some sort of, I don't know, Benko gambit.
In that direction more, yes, indeed.
Yeah. So you like the way White has played it so far, or?
Oh well, it's interesting. It's very ambitious. Black is very ambitious. Try to get the initiative immediately.
Yeah.
Laudable. We'll see if it holds. But interesting. Rook e8, of course, a very interesting move.
Yeah, I guess he wants to support the center with e5 now that c5 pawn is being attacked.
And he's counting on that he will simply take back the pawn and on c5, and I guess we'll see. D3
D3 and he goes e5, and then he takes the pawn on c5. Anyway, knight a6 is played. I believe Sokolov, those of you have been here no, it wasn't yesterday, it was a few days ago. He played this similar position with White against the Benko gambit, and he got the knight on c4, or in this case c5, and they won a very nice game with the knight later on coming to a4. So this move, c6, looks... How do you think about this move?
I don't like it. I'm not sure why, but I don't like it. It's opening up the b file. Is this really in White's advantage? Of course, he took back.
Yeah, he took the pawn, I guess, and knight d2. This is the position they have right now, I guess. So why does he want the pawn on c6 instead of b7? And he used an entire move to get it there.
Yeah, I'm not so happy about this. I don't know. Of course, I'm not sure.
Well, I guess I'm not really sure why he went c6, but I guess his next move might be knight g5, trying to get a knight to e4. And
of course, then knight g5 actually comes with a threat to take on c6, which at least you have to react to. Well, but it's Black's move. What about rook b8 then?
Rook b8 looks natural enough. Yeah. And then I guess maybe rook b1.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well,
and then I'm not. It gets very well. I don't know. Can Black be as ambitious to play Queen a5? I'm not sure.
Attacking this pawn.
Well, I'm just throwing out these suggestions, but I'm not sure. I mean,
well, it looks like an annoying move to me, so maybe I shouldn't allow it. Maybe play knight b3 or something instead.
Yes, but then your whole idea with knight g5 is sort of lose force.
Yeah, maybe this one will go to d4, or maybe he will play something with e3 instead.
But maybe Black can. I'm not sure. But maybe Black can play a move like bishop f8. I mean, bishop in g7 is not doing much, but at least then you sort of stop bishop a3. And any like knight d2, you just play bishop d7. It looks very solid for Black.
Not sure. Should White go for e3 here? Something attacking in the center.
That's of course a disadvantage with bishop f8. I'm not sure about bishop f8, of course. This is
Well, about this move c6, maybe I can just show what I showed Schüssler a few days ago. I think there's one line in the Benko gambit actually where I think Alexei Drev has tried this move knight d2 a couple of times, but it doesn't. Apparently, white didn't get any advantage after this move c3, which was supposed to be good for black. I'm not really sure why or why the
Mm-hmm.
key idea is it, but maybe Sawaget knew this idea and they went c6 in a similar position,
Fair
trying
enough.
to get the pawn here. Um,
Knight d2, rook b8 looks very natural to me.
yeah, rook
Knight
b8.
b3, knight b3, bishop f8 was maybe, but or maybe it's very
I think Saget likes this kind of position where,
well. If he was comfortable with it, he should play it. But see,
yeah. Who do you think? Do you think it's equal or who do you think is better here?
it's also very difficult to say. Probably equal.
Probably equal.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe we should take a look at the first board here. We have, of course, Swapnil against Kamsky, and they're both leading the tournament of 4.5 out of 5.
Uh-huh.
And they went for this variation with Queen b3 and c5. I guess, how well do you know the theory in these lines?
Not so well these days, but this bishop e2. Well, I don't know. Of course, it's not bad, but I remember e5 being was more of a
Yeah, I believe e5 was,
more ambitious, maybe queen
yeah,
b3, and you even go
97.
h4 or e6 h4. I remember.
But I think all of these lines are more or less analyzed to be okay for black these
Uh,
days. But
mm,
yeah, I guess Kamsky knows what he's doing in the
I'm
opening.
sure he does. Yes,
Yeah,
but bishop e2 doesn't, to me, doesn't look like the way to fight for an advantage. But okay, it's a developing move.
yeah, I guess. Yeah.
b5.
I know that these days I think this possession has been reached a lot of times, but most grandmasters I believe go for the line with bishop e6 here. And after queen c2 they just go knight d7 and try and get this pawn back.
97.
Yeah, and of course white can try and play moves like
Uh,
c6, but knight b8 and so on.
okay.
Uh, well, this move bishop b7 is the other main line,
Yes.
and I actually remember looking at this variation quite a bit, and I was very happy when I found this move e6 because I was I was looking at this game Tomaszewski playing this against Grandelius in the European Championship back in 2013, and Grandelius was of course very happy with this opening. But anyway, it seems like Tomaszewski was even more well prepared because I think they analyzed some really long game, and it turns out that Tomaszewski had seen all of this before at home, and he had, I think he had even analyzed it with Gelfand before this World Championship match with Anand. But I don't really remember this move a4. Of course, I think the main line being castles, queen c7, something like this, trying to get a pawn back. It was supposed to be okay for black, but a4, now I don't really remember anything. But it's of course a very natural move attacking b5.
All right, but queen a5 is certainly a natural response. There's this.
Yeah, queen a5 would
Mm,
have to be the move to play. Otherwise, you can't
otherwise,
really take here because
no,
b7
no.
is hanging.
But the queen a5 looks very good.
Queen a5, yeah, and castles, and now
b4.
b4, knight a2, and
Knight a2 is well.
it's not a good square, but what only square?
Yes,
Yeah.
but one if black just plays uh, knight c6, defending the pawn. I mean, the pawn on e5 is not running away, so it's
Yeah.
you will take it sooner or later. And the pawn is c5 is hanging. Also,
I find it difficult that white can aim for an advantage with a knight on a2 in this variation. I don't really see how he's supposed to play here. So perhaps this a4 was not the best variation to pick against Kamsky here. I mean, he can always play a move like rook c1 or...
okay, but
black can't really be worse if it takes on e5, right?
obviously not. No, I would think so. Well, maybe bishop takes e5.
Yeah.
Do you want to go bishop d2?
But we can always play queen c7 perhaps.
Yeah.
Attacking h2.
You have to take on b. You cannot allow black to play a5 and that knight on a2. You have to take it.
Now maybe you even have knight d4. I'm not sure.
Well, you have that last move too. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not happy with this for white.
You think white has played this opening well, wrong, or?
Yes, to be frank. But yeah, I might be wrong. But it looks.
Yeah.
A knight on a2 is not pleasant. Let's see.
No, it feels like white at least can't be much better with the knight on a2. It's I think Kamsky's opening choice has been...
Black's pieces are, I mean, excellent. Bishops are out, and all the knights are out too. At least after knight a6, knight c6. I mean, what can be wrong? I don't know.
Well, it looks like Kamsky is doing rather well in the opening.
Yes.
Well, he's not winning, but he's doing rather well, at least for being black in the opening.
Yes.
On the first board. And I think we're gonna take a small break, and then we'll be joined by Eric from the chess shop. Okay, we're back, and we're joined here by Eric from the chess shop. You have a couple of different books with you today.
Yes, some suggestions. First, a fairly recent book by Dvoretsky about recognizing your opponent's resources, and it's a classical Dvoretsky book with exercises, games, etc. What I like about it, it's the focusing on what your opponent can do, because it's a very common mistake, especially for pets like myself, to focus on what I can do, my strategy, my attacks, my plans, and forgetting about this other unpleasant person across on the other side of the board. So anything that will focus on what your opponent is capable of is good, and that's the type of exercises you'll get in this book. And also Dvoretsky is, well, he's a was a well-known respected writer. He
Yeah,
passed away recently.
yeah, that's very unfortunate, of course.
Yes.
And I suppose you have a lot of different Dvoretzky books with you today.
Quite a few, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He has written quite an awful lot of books. The only criticism I ever heard is that sometimes he would reuse the same texts in a new book with a bunch of chapters that had actually been published in various other books beforehand. But nobody complains about the substance of his writing. He really really knew what he was talking about.
I actually borrowed one of my friend's Dvoretzky books when I was a 1400 player, and I started reading in it. I didn't really understand too much of it, but I remember I reread it like a year later, and I understood quite a bit more actually. But yeah, they can be rather daunting, his text, I believe.
Could be, yes. I mean,
They're
if you
very
say so,
ambitious.
it must be.
It's very ambitious, his works, of course.
Yes, worth reading and rereading, like you said.
Yeah, of course, Dvoretzky. Most of you who don't know his name. He's one of the perhaps the most well-respected trainer there is in the world. He's trained most of the grandmasters there is in the top right now, especially the Russian grandmasters.
Yes, and he also, I mean, being a grandmaster himself, but he decided early on to focus on training and writing instead of going for the top titles himself.
I actually don't think he got the grandmaster himself.
He didn't.
No, I think he stopped being an international master, but of course he focused more on being a trainer than a player.
Either way, he did succeed in what he intended to do.
Yeah.
Okay, shall I move on to my second suggestion? Many people know I like classics. This is a classic, Common Sense in Chess. Actually, it's a new edition with some extra material by Lasker, former world champion. And like someone told me earlier today, it's part of being a general knowledgeable chess player. You should read it, period.
This is one of the classics. I mean,
definitely one of the classics. If you were to pick out 5 top chess books of all time, it would probably be included, along with My System and a few others.
Yeah.
Swedish book. It's even available in the Swedish translation, second-hand copy, which I guess you can see.
This one looks rather old, actually. How?
I must check when it's.
Because the English one, this one has been published again quite recently.
Yeah, not just republished, but they added some material to it.
Okay.
So it's really a new edition.
Yeah.
And the Swedish edition came out in 1964. Is that old enough for you?
Yeah, that's definitely.
Were your parents born in 1964?
One of them, yeah.
Okay. I rest my case.
Yeah, it's an old book. Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
And have you read it yourself?
Or? Not all, no.
Okay.
Sorry to say.
Well,
I mean, it does have common sense. I don't have enough common sense, personally.
You have the chess part, but not the common sense part.
No.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so those are my book suggestions for today.
Thank you. And of course, Kamsky won his game rather luckily yesterday, but we're satisfied with the London.
Yes, so now, and my books about London system are selling out for whatever reason.
Wow, that's great. Maybe you should ask them to play a little bit more London.
No, actually, London is so much in fashion right now. I don't need to ask anyone to play it.
Yeah.
I wonder what will be in fashion next year.
Well,
do you have any idea what you see any opening as upcoming, meaning getting an increased interest?
Well, this with the London, but the Knight on C3 is becoming increasingly more popular, and I don't think any books has been written on it. You know, this system Yubaba has been playing all the time.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Dvoretzky and Common Sense is always popular.
Yeah, but I think because publishers give a clear view of what's in fashion.
Yeah.
Right. Quite a few books about London, a number of books about the King's Indian. About a year ago, there were lots of books coming out about the Dutch defense.
Yeah.
But I actually have no idea what will be the next trend, the next hot thing. Perhaps you could tell me.
I guess no one really knows what the next big thing is. Maybe Carlsen will find some really weird variation, and everyone will
always playing weird variations.
Yeah, but everything he plays becomes popular somehow.
Okay.
So yeah. Well, thank you for joining me here today, and
thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna take a small, maybe a 10-minute break after this, and then we come back to the games, of course. Stick around.
Okay.
Okay, we're back, and I thought we were gonna look at the second board because quite a lot has happened here. We left around here, and we have a Breyer Rui Lopez. Do you know anything about this position before, or
Not exactly this position, but the Breyer, of course.
because
I played against
yeah,
on occasion.
because somehow this variation, well, White has been playing extremely quickly in the entire game. I think he's still on 129 on the clock actually. Well, here he played Bishop D3, well, of course attacking the pawn on B5. And White, well, Black jumped to C4 with a knight, Queen C2, Rook C8, and Rook C1. Do you think White has been doing okay here, or what do you think is going on?
Well, I guess White is doing okay. I mean, it's a question. I don't know.
Well, he's trying to put pressure on the knight on
Obviously,
C4 here, and we can't really move it because the
no,
queen would
obviously not.
be hanging on C7. So Black has to defend it, I guess, with Bishop A6 here.
Looks perfectly normal. Yes.
Now I played Queen B3 here.
Yes, I noticed Black playing Queen B6. Now this is.
Yeah,
Is this really? Well, at least we should, for this commentaries, question that move. I'm not sure. Is this a good idea, Queen B6? Because,
well,
for example,
I'm not really sure what the idea behind Queen B3 is, because we're not really threatening to take, are we?
no. Um, the move that will maybe strike me as interesting is Knight D7.
You're trying to get this one to B6.
Yeah, will be really solid. But I wonder if White's tactical idea maybe is sneaky Queen A2.
Ah, you're trying to take the
Yes,
bishop.
and it's somehow how to defend the bishop without losing your control over C4. I'm not sure. Let's see if that could be the idea behind this Queen B3 move.
It looks very tricky, at least this Queen A2 idea. We see Queen B6 here.
Yes, that's what happened, obviously.
Yeah. So there is an exchange taking place here. He takes on C4, and he wins this pawn on C4. But on the other hand, Black gets the pawn on E4. And I guess you have to ask yourself which one's worth more.
But I do understand White's idea being that B pawn could be dangerous.
Yeah.
In soon enough. So he took an A6, which makes sense.
Yeah. I don't think it would work to take on F2 here, or what do you think?
King H1. Yes. I do not think that will work.
And we don't even have a draw here because. This one doesn't work because the bishop can take.
Indeed.
Okay. So I guess he had to take back on A6 here.
Yes.
And White did play B5.
Yeah.
They exchanged on C1, Queen A1, Queen C4, Knight C5. I don't even know if this one is strong or even if it's maybe even weak, but King H2 was played.
Yeah. Now, I mean, this is very interesting because the next move will be Bishop E3, and yes, it's not so. Black has some difficulty. It has to do something about that. I'm not sure what, but
I guess there's a risk that White will get a good knight against a bad bishop or something if we take on C5 later on.
Yes, so I mean, this is quite concrete. Bishop E3, and then maybe Knight E2. You have some normal developing. B5 pawn will get dangerous soon enough.
So you don't think this is a weakness, or?
No. But what is Black supposed to do here? Maybe I don't know.
You think maybe he will try something?
Bishop d8.
Yeah, I was thinking this.
Bishop
perhaps.
e3. Bishop b6. But then knight d2. I'm not sure what's happening here.
I guess maybe White would try to move the queen and play knight c4, or
Yeah,
perhaps even take and play
queen.
knight e4.
Yeah, there's queen g4. I think would be maybe the next move.
Oh, queen g4.
Yeah, threatening queen c8, and as you say, preparing the way for knight c4. I'm not sure about this idea actually, but yeah, this is because I notice maybe, for example, if to change queens is probably not a solution. Queen a4, I think you just take a knight c4, and it's probably just winning.
Yeah, this pawn on d6 is usually very weak in many games.
Yeah. So maybe not this bishop d8 was such a good idea, but let's get back then. But
White is the one putting black under pressure here.
yes, I think so.
So black is the one who has to play accurately, I believe. And I think, even more importantly, White has been playing extremely quickly. He hasn't even been thinking for long at all, I believe. Black is the one who's been thinking, but of course he's not really in big time trouble yet. But White has really played extremely fast. Why do you think he's been playing so quickly? Is he trying to, I don't know, put some psychological pressure on Black?
Well, it's always unpleasant if your opponent blitz out his moves, especially when he's making good moves. So, which he is. I mean, this is very. White is better here. How much I'm not sure, but White is certainly better here.
Kind of reminds me of his countryman Anand, who used to play very quickly when he was younger, I believe.
It was very annoying to play him.
I guess you played him in one of the.
I remember playing him the first time in the World Cadet Championship 1984. He blitzed out all his moves and he won. So it's it's very difficult to play.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, nowadays I think he's calmed down a bit, but yeah.
This is well, especially considering his lack of time. This is not so easy for Black. I'm not. Well, he has to do something. I don't know. I don't see.
So yeah, White is definitely the one pushing for a win here.
Yes, I would think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
And of course, I don't know if this is all fantastic preparation by White, or if he's just feeling very, very confident today. I don't know, but yeah, Black is under pressure.
Yes, I think so.
And yeah, maybe we can take a look at the first board again. Also, we left here with the knight on a2. We weren't really satisfied with White's position.
But obviously, Kamsky was not satisfied either. I still don't understand why he doesn't play knight c6.
That would be the natural move, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't understand. But all right.
He took on c5 here.
Yes, I saw.
White took on b4. I guess you went down to the play and saw
Yes.
this. So we got this endgame, and do you think he should have got more? He still has some pressure on this pawn on e5.
Yes, but now at least you don't have that ridiculous knight on a2. Well, I'm not sure, but
I guess White still isn't the one fighting for an advantage here.
I would consider maybe White should play a5. I mean, you're going to lose the pawn on e5 anyway, so let's forget about that. Rather, Black should not be allowed to play a5 himself. So a5 nails down the pawn on a6, which is not bad. Well, what is so Black? If Black plays knight fc8, probably because knight takes c5 is hanging, so you want to defend your pawn on your knight on.
Yeah.
So you played this move.
Rook
Makes
c8,
sense. Yeah. Makes sense. Now I get. What to do now?
Well, can white try and we can't really defend this way because I guess knight
Knight
b3
b3. No.
would be very annoying.
That looks very strange. No, but if white simply plays, well, I don't know, rook fc1. Let's see, because knight b3. Okay, you take, and you go rook a3.
Yeah.
Okay, black can play knight dc5, but now he's giving up his. No, that's even maybe knight takes a6 even. Tactically, does that work?
I don't know. Maybe.
Should. Yeah.
Yeah. Seems to work.
Yes. So yes. a5, rook c8, rook c1, and then what?
Yeah, it's very annoying to have this pawn on a6. You always have to be careful about it. So a5 looks like a good strategic move, nailing down the weakness on a6, I suppose.
So, well, I'm not happy with. In some position, I mean, can you go? But can you go? Maybe you should go.
Can we try
rook
this?
b8?
Yeah, can we try this rook b8? Now maybe we have this threat taking on f3 and the knight on b4 is loose.
Maybe that
looks annoying. We can't really defend it.
That could
good.
be the idea. Maybe a5. Let's see. If you don't play a5, you play rook c1, and unfortunately knight b3. So and if you put the
so probably white is still under pressure here, I guess, because of this a5 rook b8. And then, well, of course, you don't want to go back with the pieces or something.
No. Well, but if you. Well, I mean, as I said before, the pawn is on e5 is lost anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe knight d4.
Knight d4. Okay, let's try and take the pawn on e5.
Yes. All right. Well, you're giving up that pawn anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't know. Let's. Maybe not so special. I don't know, but
I don't really see any clear compensation for the pawn here.
No, but I mean it's equal pawns, so it's at least you don't run into this well, maybe a5 here then. I'm just throwing out moves now, but all right, because now rook b8 of course runs into knight c6, so it's not an option. So something like this maybe, but okay, rook fc8.
Maybe then rook b8 and
next move, yeah, because.
But black should be okay at least, I think.
Maybe okay. Let's see. Instead of a5, if you, that of course could be an idea. I'm not sure. What about white instead sacrifices a pawn? Knight bc6.
Okay, so let's try and take this one.
Takes back.
And
bishop
take on b2.
And rook a2.
Rook a2, and let's go to f6 with the bishop.
Yeah.
Try and control some squares for the knight.
And well, maybe not so great. Rook. Probably nothing. I'm not sure. The idea would be rook c1 here.
And then I guess rook
c8, and then bishop f3.
Then bishop f3 might be annoying. Yeah. I'm not sure, but at least the bishops are creating some kind of pressure.
Now I mean knight b3. All right, this is unclear, of course. Knight b3, rook b1.
Yeah.
Maybe he has to go back. Yeah, well, and then a5 maybe. I mean, white suddenly has a nice position. Now he's a pawn down though, so I don't. well, I'm speculating here, but this could be something.
Well, it's a complicated position, I guess. I mean, this is the position where we have right now, 97. Both players are just developed, I guess. So yeah, it's gonna be a long game. We can try and look at perhaps Sokolov's position. You knew Sokolov personally?
Oh yes, we're old friends. Yes, Queen A4 is.
But you're surprised by his opening choice here.
Queen A4, I cannot even. I mean, okay, I haven't looked at theory for many years, but I cannot remember Queen A4 as a move. Oh, well.
I think it's become rather recent these last few years.
Well, you see,
20 years ago, I'm not sure.
No, exactly. This is a bit of a problem, of course. But Queen A4 check. Wow.
I remember one idea Peter Svidler played against. I think it was Ponomario or something. Bishop D7, which looks natural, of course. But then Queen A3 was rather, well, not so comfortable for Black because it's not so easy to get C5 anyway. And I think after castling, then maybe Bishop G5 or something is annoying.
I guess the idea that I mean, the green felt would be very nice if white just will be allowed to develop all these pieces. You have a very strong center for nothing.
Yeah.
But of course, it's not that easy. And Queen A4 is, I guess, somehow, a way to try to annoy Black with this normal development. Okay, it looks very strange. It looks okay. 97 is not so. It's not the best. Certainly not the best place for the knight. I mean,
yeah. I mean, usually you want to play C5 and put the knight on C6.
Yes, yeah. Or Bishop E3.
Yeah.
It's the same there. Well, I would think, but I might be wrong, that you want to bolster your center, but shouldn't you do that just with knight F3 and try to develop? Bishop E3.
Well,
this Rook C1. Rook C1. I mean,
I'm not really sure.
I don't really understand Rook C1, but because C3 is not under pressure, rather D4 might be in the pressure soon enough. Is this really a move that you should waste the tempo on Bishop Rook C1?
I have no idea, but maybe if he plays C5, he wants to go D5. I don't know. That could be one idea behind Rook C1.
But as I see, he played rather E5, which it makes more sense under the circumstances to me, because
I actually haven't seen E5 in this position. I think I played I played this position this year, and Black can either play A6, B5, or you can just play B6 and just develop this way. And this is rather usual Grimfeld type of position, I guess. But
knight is of course not the best on this. On the other hand, C5. Oh well.
Yeah, it's lead to a different type of play. But E5, I don't really remember anything about. I'm not sure. Maybe it was improvised over the board, but it looks quite natural, I guess. Knight F3.
Queen E7. This is very interesting, very ambitious, but very interesting. Try and put pressure on E4 immediately before white is allowed to develop. I'm not sure, but he played Bishop D3.
Yeah, but his next move is extremely ambitious.
Yeah.
He plays F5.
Yeah, let us see if there's any alternative. I was thinking if you take on D4,
I guess he takes
knight F6.
F6. And now you're trying to attack this pawn.
Yeah, again.
I guess I don't really want to play E5 here because we get a nice square here on D5.
Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah.
But do I have to play E5?
No, well, I guess maybe D5 now. Because
and we're defending this way, and we're even threatening Bishop
D5. Suddenly Rook C1 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
probably not a good idea actually to take on D4. No, all right, but then we try that at least.
Well, we can always play a move like C6, I suppose,
or even C5. I don't know.
Oh, c5. That's interesting. I guess maybe white should castle.
Yes, but if you take twice on d4, I mean, you have at least.
And
Bishop takes d4.
I don't know, but the rook still feels good on c1. Maybe it can come to c7. Not sure if it's enough for an advantage, but
Yes, interesting enough.
well,
Yeah, f5 is of course extremely ambitious.
yeah, this looks like the kind of move that if it works, it's really good for black, but if it doesn't work, then it's really bad for black. It's extremely ambitious, at least, putting maximum pressure on the center here. But of course, the king can become rather weak after f5 as well. We'll see what happens. It takes on f5 here.
Not much alternative, I think.
Probably not.
Oh.
And black plays e4, but it doesn't really win a piece. White plays f6.
Yeah, let me see if there's anything else besides e4.
Sorry. I guess g takes f5.
Oh well, let us see if that makes any sense.
I'm guessing maybe white takes on e5 here.
Probably.
And knight takes, I guess.
Yeah, well. And bishop takes.
No, maybe just castles.
Hmm.
I don't know if f4, f3 can be something.
f4, maybe bishop d4. I mean,
Yeah.
if it doesn't work tactically, black is obviously lost. So
Yeah, the king is very weak.
King is extremely weak.
Yeah.
Probably not. All right, but at least we checked it.
Yeah.
Okay, e4.
e4. And I guess maybe white can try bishop c4 check, but king h8 and the knight is still attacked. And if you take knight e2 or something, we can take here, I guess.
Yeah, well, knight b6. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, knight b6 is still around, so maybe, yeah.
It looks okay for black, I think.
Yes. I'm not sure. I guess that's what Ivan wants to avoid, black to get a more solid pawn structure, so he goes f6.
Yeah. So, well, the queen is attacked, so I guess it has to take that.
Yeah, you don't want to go knight takes f6, because then knight jumps to e5.
Yeah. So bishop c4, king g7, knight d2,
knight b6,
queen c2, and black takes the
yeah.
bishop on c4. This is what we have right now, and how do you feel about, well, this move f5 now that we see what happens? Black has the bishop pair. And I guess, I don't know, maybe the bishop can come to f5.
Yes, bishop f5, fair enough. Why not?
I don't really see a big problem for black here. The pawn on e4 doesn't really look that weak. Do you think this move f5 has turned out okay for black, or?
Yeah, this is very difficult to me evaluate this position. Very difficult.
Yeah, of course.
The bishop on f6 is not very. I mean, white's pieces are not that great, but neither are black's. If maybe you want to play bishop f4 and put the knight on e3, I'm not sure.
That might be an option.
Yeah, it looks at least quite solid, but yeah, I'm not very. It's a very difficult position to evaluate.
I guess when you play a move like f5, you run quite a big risk of having a really bad position quickly if it turns out that you miss something in your calculations. But at least this position remains complicated, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess that's what black was looking for when he played f5. So
yes,
he has the bishop pair, and the position looks solid enough. So I don't know, maybe a move like queen d2. maybe threatening a check on h6, but and then play your plan with bishop f4, maybe put something on e5 even.
Fair enough. Yeah, very difficult to say.
Yeah. So then, what position do we have? We have Volkov, of course. He always plays these fun variations. I think we left around here with bishop e3. And yeah, this structure I guess is rather typical for the Nimzo Indian. Have you played this yourself?
Not really, no. I never liked these positions for black. I mean, to me, okay, you have white has some weakness, some double pawns, but on the other hand, black is not doing anything, and sooner or later you will run into some kind of attack on your king, which I guess was happening here. And black has no time. I notice no time whatsoever. It looks very difficult. But let me see here: bishop e3, rook e8.
Rook e8 looks strange to me, but apparently he has some plan here. Of course, I tried this variation with f3 against the Nimzo Indian several times myself with white, and I always like this kind of positions, like you said, because he has some weakness, but he also has some attack against the king. So, but every time I played this against some strong player, I always lost this pawn for nothing, and yeah.
Oh, that was unfortunate. But no, these kind of positions I like for white. Let me see. He plays what,
He played
a4.
a4.
I don't really. Well, what's the point of that? I mean, nothing really wrong with it either. But why? I'm not sure. Why not castle? All right, let's see.
Well, castle looks like the natural move, but I guess some point is that sometimes the queen can come to a4 with the bishop a6, queen e2 set up. But I mean,
fair enough.
I would start with castling here. It looks natural,
but white has obviously other plans. Things get very strange here.
Yeah,
Let's
knight
see.
d7.
And now he goes h4. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, he's supposed to attack here, so I guess
fair enough. Yes.
knight f8, and now he plays king f2. He doesn't want to castle at all, apparently. Why does he move his king to f2?
Well, no, I mean, it makes sense to have the rook remain on. I mean, if you once played h4, you cannot really castle, can you?
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, you get your pieces connected. I mean, the rook's connected sooner or later.
Yeah. And after knight g6, we
he sacrifices a pawn.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Yes.
Black has maneuvered his knight to this square on g6. And, well, he controls this square and some dark squares, but knight h5 is extremely interesting.
I like this. Yes.
Yeah, and it just takes that pawn. And then he goes back, and white goes f4.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This is probably extremely unpleasant for black, and he has no time. What is he supposed to... I mean, f5 is extremely annoying. So you have to probably... I mean...
Maybe he has to take on f4, but...
oh, no. Well, can black, but I guess no, he cannot really, can he? F6, but no, it's not. You try to defend, but f5.
I'm gonna sacrifice somewhere, I guess.
F5 and then queen g4. This is no. This is just lost. So, well, he has 4 minutes, less than 5 minutes left. I would predict that black will not manage this. Simply.
I see that Sambum is in the audience. Do you remember Volkov played a game, I think 2 years ago, or maybe 1 year ago, where he played a very similar attacking game? Do you remember that game? Who was it against? Oh, okay, sorry.
Well, this looks well.
You want white there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do even, because, well, maybe you should play a move like rook. Well, you're gonna get mated, I'm sure, but can you play a move like probably not. Knight f8? I mean, you're gonna run into f8, but this is...
I'm gonna try and mate you anyway, I guess.
No, but now knight h7. That was the idea.
So that's the idea.
But queen g4, knight g5. Well, even knight takes g7.
This looks dangerous.
Rook takes h6.
Yeah.
This is simply mate.
This is wonderful.
This is just completely lost. No, black is in serious. Well, this makes no sense. It's not going to be possible to defend this.
I'm guessing the audience now understands why I like this variation for whites, but well, of course I wish I could play them like Volkov does. Maybe I should update. They've made a couple of more moves. I hear.
This is even more strange.
Oh, after f4, he actually took on f4.
All right, maybe you're right then. And
well, at least I guess it slowed down a little bit because f5 now you have a square on e5. So queen e7 was played.
Yeah, I don't know these modern time controls because suddenly he has how many?
Yeah, maybe it's just wrong. We usually have some weird clock situation here. It's not always transmitted correctly, but okay, queen e2.
Queen e2. I would. Oh well, probably. I was thinking of queen f3 being more the move, and then play simply rook a g1 next, and f5 is coming on there. I'm not. What is black supposed to do here?
I'm not really sure.
But maybe can black play f5? Nah.
Let's try it. Yeah, let's try f5. Why not? And if we take, I guess, knight h4.
Yeah.
And we want to take something on f5.
Now you play f6. Isn't this just?
Oh, f6.
Takes.
That's an amazing move. Take.
And then take on e7.
And this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It has some problems.
Yeah. Well, it's not
bishop
trapped
g4.
yet, but bishop g4, and it's not so easy to attack this one. Maybe king g3. I don't know. Maybe you can take on.
King g3 is excellent.
I was thinking maybe you can take on e7.
King takes g4. Ah. Okay. But if you play. Then you get on square on d2. That's the idea.
I don't really know what's going on anymore. Queen f3 looked natural, like you said, in this position. I guess it was something with f5, maybe.
Yes, he doesn't want to expose himself to knight h4.
Queen e2, and now black play this amazing move, knight takes c4. Is it desperation or is it extremely strong?
No, I would think it's desperation.
Well, I guess otherwise this piece wasn't doing anything much anyway, so if he's gonna get mated, then he's at least gonna get a pawn for the knights. And it takes on e4, knight g3.
Knight g3 looks very.
Queen e7, bishop b5. And I guess black isn't going to get mated anytime soon, at least, but he's a piece down.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at least it avoided that, so. Oh, well. Bishop d7, you can certainly play on, but I would very much doubt this.
He has 2 pawns for the... No, 3 pawns even. But I mean, the pieces should be stronger here, right?
I would think so, but not completely clear. Maybe, certainly a good practical choice.
Yeah, that attack was certainly looking dangerous, so I can understand that piece sacrifice for some reason. I don't want to get mated too quickly. Yeah, what else is going on? Maybe we should take a look at... Okay, there's one game that all pieces almost disappeared. We have Pablo Cruzeiro, who's playing for an IM norm and maybe even a GM norm, has this endgame against Goganov. What do you think is going on here? Black is up a pawn, I think.
Yes, but it's not a pawn that is...
No.
It's not gonna win with this.
You think it's a draw?
Yes.
I guess it's too much to ask to enter this position. White has some sort of fortress, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess White would be pretty happy with a draw against Goganov, who's a strong grandmaster. White being a strong FIDE master in this game. Of course, maybe we should take a look at what happens on the first board here.
Nothing happens that we predict, obviously.
Nope. We have no idea what's going on here. He played knight c2. Which
Well, I liked my own move better, but all right.
yeah, of course. But
Indeed, yes.
well, rook c8 was played. Seemingly natural, I think. Knight a3, so probably
Well,
he's.
I mean, to play two moves just to get on the A file again. I'm not
Yeah.
sure. This is.
Well, probably he's heading for c4
Yeah,
and some
well,
squares
yes, of
on
course.
d6.
But actually, he's also no, he's still a pawn up. Yes, actually,
he's still a pawn up, yeah.
but not much anymore.
Black played bishop d5, and after rook c1, he just took the pawn on a4.
Obviously,
So now they're equal pawns, but the pawn on e5 is still weak, I guess.
yes. I'm predicting a unpleasant endgame for white because it's probably going to be equal pawns. I mean, white is going to take a6, and black is going to take b2, and then he's going to take e5. So he's a pawn up.
So he might have to defend some endgame with 4
Yeah,
pawns
yeah,
against 3.
yeah.
But they're on the same flank, so there might be some drawing chances.
Yes,
So
there's a lot of light pieces still left. But we'll see. All the moves so far has surprised me. So.
yeah, I'm gonna take a look at the Swedish champion right now. I have no idea what's going on. It seems like he has won his game actually. He's even here. He's here. Yeah. So maybe even Eric should join us in the commentary room and show us what happened in the game because I don't really know what happened myself. Okay, so he'll be here in just a few seconds. Okay, we're back and we have Erik Blomqvist with us, the Swedish and Nordic champion, who just won his game against the third-ranked Martin Krautsev, and you won fairly quickly. And we're not even sure what happened in this game, so hopefully you're gonna show us.
Okay, he simply missed a little trick.
So
on an exchange.
So he probably blundered.
Exactly.
Something. Well, the opening started off as a Catalan, and well, this is all well-known theory, but we were quite surprised by this move c5.
Yes, it's not the most common move. Bishop d7 instead is the main move, and white has few options. Yeah.
Yeah, this has all been played a lot of times before, I guess. But did you know anything after c5, or were you trying to punish it overboard?
Actually, I saw that he had played this once before, but I didn't really have time to prepare anything.
Okay, so you were kind of on your own at this point, or?
Yes.
So queen takes and b6.
Yeah, b6 might be very solid actually.
We weren't sure that you got anything special from the opening.
No.
Well, of course, knight e5 looks very natural, but
yes.
knight c3, bishop b7. take. We weren't sure about knight e4 here, but we didn't see anything special anyway. But
let's say the problem is, let's say bishop g5,
yeah.
which is a normal looking move. He will play queen d4 here.
Oh, queen d4.
Yes.
And this endgame isn't anything special for you?
Looks like his pieces are very active. I mean, his bishop will play some d4.
So this isn't anything special, I suppose.
No, it might be also even more. I mean, it might be pleasant for black. Actually.
I mean, if he takes here, or
yeah, it could be.
Yeah. Okay. So knight e4. So you're trying to avoid this queen d4.
Yes, he can still play it, and I think it's fine for black.
What happens then?
I would probably take on d4 and take on f6. And go back. Yeah, it's not clear if I go to d3 or f3.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, f3 wins against a tempo. Okay, I have a slightly better pawn structure, but it's not very relevant, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's very solid, I guess. Not too many problems otherwise. So you thought he would play queen d4 anyway, or?
No, I thought maybe bishop e7 is also
okay.
And here I was not sure what I should play. I didn't find anything special for white here.
So rook c7, was it a surprise for you, or did you think that was one of the
logical ways? It's logical move, but
yeah. And I guess you didn't really want to take this, or?
Well, the problem is he gains time, and I have to move like queen f4.
This looks
a bit awkward.
Yeah. So instead you took the knight on f6 and queen takes queen e4.
Yeah, I thought I might be slightly better here.
Well, you prevent knight c6, I guess. Can you play knight d7?
Yes, but I will play bishop f4.
This is annoying.
Yeah, it is a bit annoying. And let's say bishop d6. I have some trick, right? A knight g6.
Oh, you can play knight g6. And if you take on f4?
Take on f8.
Yeah, this doesn't work out for black, I guess. He loses an exchange here.
Yes.
Okay, so this is probably what he wanted to avoid. So maybe you're a bit better here, I guess, if you can't really develop the knight comfortably.
Yes, because if such natural moves doesn't work, I might have some pressure.
So I think that maybe this rook c7 wasn't that accurate on move 14.
I mean, it could also be fine for black. But...
So we played this queen e7 instead. Bishop f4.
Yeah. And now we could play, for example, f6 followed by e5.
Okay, and I guess, I don't know, knight d3?
I wasn't sure. Maybe knight c4.
Knight c4, and then e5.
Bishop e3.
You have some squares in the center, like d5, I guess. And if it takes... then
I can take with knight. Yeah, queen f7, maybe.
Yeah.
Knight d5. I don't know.
It looks like you're having some pressure, at least.
Even though my knight is more active than his at the moment.
Yeah.
So.
In worst case, he equalizes, I guess. But for some reason, you still have some initiative.
Yes, and I was also considering moves like g5 actually, because.
Oh, okay.
But f5 is similar. I thought he might continue with f5, like let's say bishop e3 and f5.
Oh, so he played f5 in the game.
Yes.
And after queen d3, rook d8.
Yes.
So queen
b3.
Yeah. Was this all still expected by you, or?
All knight c6 is the blunder.
Okay.
So I thought you might have to do something drastic, like g5.
Okay, g5, and then
bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
And
it looks very very provocative to move your pawns like this in front of the king, but
yes, it's
so how does he solve the problem with the knight here? Can he go knight d7 straight ahead, or
maybe.
but I don't
But
know.
I can take on c5 now.
Yeah, and you can't take with the queen because e6 is hanging.
Now or he has to take with the pawn on c5, which is.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do that, I guess, ruining his pawn structure.
But still, it's not.
Yeah,
It's not a big problem, maybe.
but I mean, you should be a tiny bit better, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But instead, he played knight c6. It looks natural, but apparently it's a blunder.
Yes.
So knight f3 was played in the game, I guess, attacking the rook on c7. What's going on here? Can you play?
Well, the problem is I have a threat of bishop g5.
Oh, so bishop g5 and bishop takes c7.
Yes.
It's a big threat, and he can't defend both, I guess.
No. Knight e4 will still, yes.
Yeah, knight f4 doesn't solve the problem. So rook d7 was played, and you just won the exchange for nothing. I assume he was very depressed after knight f3.
Yes. Of course he missed this one.
Yeah, so you won the exchange for pretty much nothing, I guess. And you just play rook d1.
Yes, we just made a few moves and then
Yeah.
he resigned.
Okay, so congratulations. I guess it was a quite short day. But of course, being alert on these tactical tricks are very important. Congratulations, and hopefully you'll fight for the win in the tournament, being one of the greatest Swedish hopes we have here in Rilton. So, congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're back, and of course, Erik Blomqvist just showed his win against Martin Kravtsev. What do you think about that game? We saw, of course, the opening, but we were kind of surprised to see that White had already won that game.
Yes, that was quick.
Yeah, he seemed to have quite good control of the position, even though he maybe the opening he didn't get any large advantage. He remained calm, and I think he got some edge, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, in the end he won the exchange rather well. Of course, Black can't be very happy with that blunder, of course, but still. Maybe we should take a look at the second board. We have Sasekiran against Postnian, of course. Sasekiran was playing extremely quickly. After King h2, he played h6. And Bishop e3, he just went Queen b2 in the game. What do you think he's up to? Probably if White takes on c5, he wants to annoy by attacking the pawn on f2.
Yeah, well, and also of course he stops 92 at the moment, but the move will interest me is 92 now. Let's see.
It looks very natural too.
Maybe yes.
So now perhaps you're threatening to take a knight e4.
Could be.
And I don't know, is Black going to...
Yes, what is Black supposed to do? I'm not sure.
I guess a move like f5 doesn't really work because
no,
we can
d6
take
check.
and play d6. So we have to create something else.
Yeah, 92. That's not what he did play.
No,
he played g3, but knight d2. Oh well.
How about a move like bishop g5? trying to get rid of the bishop.
Yeah, some tactics. Knight takes. Yeah, this is interesting. Knight takes. Bishop takes c5. Then maybe just
I don't
even.
know. Can we take on d2?
Even queen takes d2. Yeah, because knight takes d6 is mate. Bishop f4 is mate. So very.
You mean like this?
Yeah, this is winning immediately.
Yeah.
So that is the tactical idea. Bishop g5. Maybe
Could be.
makes a lot of sense. So h6 also. Everything is
Yeah.
logical for black. Yeah. Okay. So
He played
Queen-
g3 in the game actually. So maybe he's trying to get the king to d2 before
before.
continuing this game.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Of course.
Bosnia actually plays rather
E-
energetically. He plays e4 in this position.
Now one wonders, is knight d2 still running into bishop g5? Probably it is. Yeah.
That's probably the idea.
Oh.
On the other hand, can you play knight d4? And probably knight, I don't know, knight d3? Can you play this?
Now it gets very interesting here. Yes.
It looks very, I don't know, can we check perhaps? And you have to play bishop f8, I guess, because otherwise queen f5. I'm not really sure what's going on here. Queen f5 anyway.
In a fight. Yeah.
That's what I thought,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
just attacking the e4.
Fair enough. Let's see. Knight d4. Let's see if there's something else. But it's yes.
Well, this move e4 certainly makes the game more interesting. It makes it very tactical for a while, I guess. But on the other hand, the pawn can become really weak if it doesn't work out tactically for black.
Yeah, it's very dangerous then.
In the game, he played bishop d4 instead, attacking the queen. And it can't remain on the second rank. It doesn't have any squares, so it has to find a new square, and probably queen b1. I don't see any good alternatives for black.
No, because tactical. This may be that simple even.
Well, this endgame shouldn't be too good for black, or what do you think?
I think maybe simply knight d2.
Knight d2.
Oh, any endgame with a pawn on b5 is very unpleasant for black.
Yeah, so queen b1 probably.
Yeah.
Then knight d2. I don't know. Maybe he will try queen e1 or queen d1, trying to annoy.
Yes, but bishop takes c5.
In this position or
No, knight d2. Knight d2. No.
Okay. So let's try queen e1.
Bishop takes c5.
And yeah,
Queen takes d2, bishop e3.
this looks very good for white, I guess.
Yeah, white is
This pawn is weak and
this pawn is running away. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you take on c5, I would have to recapture, and then you can take on e4, right?
Yeah, this is as f5 is not possible because of d6 check. This
should be winning, right?
Yeah, winning immediately. Yeah.
So perhaps after bishop d4, black is having some problems there.
Not many other squares to go to.
No, the queen is running out of squares on b2.
Yeah, that is. That cannot be anything.
Maybe this idea with e4 was too ambitious for black, even though he had problems already. But I don't see how he is supposed to play here.
No, very difficult, I think.
And actually, I'm gonna take and update the board to see if we get some more accurate clocks. Well, he's extremely low on time as well, which isn't good. So let's see what he did. After bishop d4, he played queen b3, and after knight d2, queen d3. So he's trying to get some own counterplay in the endgame. But is it going to work?
No.
Are we going to take on d3?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, let's try it. And I guess pawn takes
Yes.
is the idea.
Well, you can start with b6. Cannot.
b6.
Yeah, cannot hurt.
Yeah.
Bishop
this
d8. Yes. Bishop d8.
Bishop d8.
Takes. b7. Bishop c7. King g2. If you just go and take the pawn on d3.
That should win, yeah. Or king f3, king e7, king e4, king d6.
Knight
But then
c4
knight
check.
c4 check is important, and then white wins.
Yeah. So
I
king
suppose.
king d7, but instead of king d6, but no.
So I
Take
guess
the
take
pawn.
bishop, I don't know, b8 or yeah, let's try this.
Yeah.
King c4. White should
White should
win.
win, yes.
Yeah. Well, maybe.
Yeah, but knight e4, it's a
Yeah.
pawn up.
This pawn should be able to.
Yeah, somehow, yeah. I mean, white is very nice at least.
We see that.
And I'm not sure why we made the best moves even. So.
No, I see that. White has gone for this endgame anyway, and Sasakiran seems to be rather confident in his chances.
Yeah.
And perhaps he should be.
He should be. I mean, you can. b6 is good, but king g2, I mean, it looks very nice. Just
well,
slowly.
At least he slowed down on the clock at least, so he's not on 1 hour and 30 minutes anymore. But at least the position should be winning.
Yeah.
Which of course is very good news for Sasakiran and India. And what else do we have? We have this position, Sokolov playing Sarkar. And maybe we should go back a few moves because something has happened here. We left here after knight takes c4, and we thought maybe bishop f5, but black found another diagonal, b6.
That's a good move, I guess.
Well, of course, the bishop is extremely strong on a6, trying to prevent white from castling, but c4.
You want to go c4?
Well, he blocks the bishop, I guess.
Yes, but
I guess otherwise bishop d3 might be an option.
But well, at least you can take the pawn on e4. But maybe queen takes e4. No, because
Queen takes e4.
Well, let's see. Yeah, but
yeah.
Maybe there's some move like queen f7, and then the rook to e8.
Black should have some good compensation there, I guess.
Yes, that's an understatement. Extremely unpleasant for black and white. I mean, knight takes e4. You can do. You can. Well, rook e8 or bishop h4 also. But rook e8.
Yeah, you don't really want the king to be stuck here in the center. It's very dangerous.
No, I think in this position you have to play a move like f3. Extremely ugly, but
yeah,
because you have to defend the knight on e4 at any cost. Maybe actually bishop h4 was a better move than rook e8. Let's go back. Bishop h4. Rook e8 is not running away.
Yeah.
So
and you're preventing this move f3 as well.
Yeah. So.
And now if I move like g3, then maybe bishop b7 even.
Yes, indeed.
It looks very.
It wins immediately. So yeah. Well, I'm out to make ugly. Maybe then, of course, white is in serious trouble. But this position, it doesn't really work, does it? No, I was thinking of king d2, but unfortunately, it runs into bishop takes f2. It wins immediately.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
And you have a very pleasant mate here on e2.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, he did play c4. I guess it's understandable that he wants to castle. I mean, it's understandable that he doesn't want to get mated in.
Yes, we can
d8. Well, after d5, black just played c6. He's trying to open up the position while.
Well, He should, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Takes
why took
rook
him
d3.
rook d3? And
Castles. All right. At
so
least
he finally got the final piece in the
yeah,
game.
he's avoiding getting mated, which is very nice. But rook c8. Oh well.
Well, he's trying to get the pawn back. I can't really blame him for that. But
No.
and then these pawns will be rather weak, I suppose.
Okay, but he played
Rook e1 was played in the game.
understandable.
Rook takes.
But no. But something I'm missing?
I'm not sure. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking about. No, knight takes e4 is rook takes c4. Not very good.
And if you take here, I guess you can take on c1.
Yeah, lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So queen a4 was actually playing the game, attacking both the rook and the bishop. But bishop b7 defends them both. And now he actually takes on e4. So what's going on here? If he takes on e4, then he loses the queen, I suppose, after bishop a6. But instead, he just takes the bishop on e3. So this game is definitely heating up here. What's going on here?
Yeah, one wonders.
Rook takes, bishop d4, attacking the rook. Rook e2, and he went rook e6. So
no, maybe we'll see who tricked who.
Yeah, he's attacking the.
Well, queen d1 is extremely tricky.
Queen d1 is a very nice move, attacking the bishop on d4 and preparing maybe knight g3.
Well,
so black is sacrificed and exchanged and a pawn in this position. But I mean, okay, so rook takes e4, then
queen
probably
takes
queen takes d4, and you have this win in the end. On the other hand, you don't want to take here because then you get mated instead.
Yeah, well, queen takes d4 wins. So,
So perhaps queen d1 is a very, very strong move. I don't know. He still has the bishop pair, but he has to find some trick here, or is it just an exchange down? I suppose, and a pawn. Do you think he missed queen d1?
Probably.
So you think Sokolov is winning this game?
Well, at the moment it looks like it. Very strange. We should even go back and see.
I don't know. Probably this entire idea from around here didn't work then. Taking on c6 and queen a4, everything was sort of forced, I think. Or at least mostly forced. Maybe he didn't have to take on e3.
Let me see. So this queen a4.
And here I guess bishop b7 is forced, but
yeah,
take and well, if it doesn't work to take on e3, then the position might just be bad. I don't know.
Yeah.
So it seems like Sokolov tricked young Justin Sarker from the US, and he's about to win the game, I believe. Or at least he seems to be winning, even though he has a few more moves to play. But it appears that he's tricked him, at least, and that would be very nice for his confidence after this game yesterday, I think, against Kamsky. The poor fellow lost that position.
Yeah, I didn't see the game, but I spoke to him. He was not happy.
Yeah, if you saw that game, you wouldn't.
I wouldn't be happy either. Probably yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't have dared mentioning that game for him. But anyway, it seems like he bounced back, and yeah, he appears to be winning in this game. Even though I have to imagine, I like Black's courage playing this f5 and bishop a6. It was very ambitious. It seems to probably backfire in this game, but
actually, one question I pose I'm not sure. I'm thinking even was King G7 a mistake early on there, because it runs into these checks sometimes on it, but I'm not sure. King H8 maybe.
Well, I wouldn't blame him for not seeing
no.
Queen D1 from this position, but yeah.
Of course, that is with a lot of hindsight to play King H8, but
Yeah.
it's interesting. On one hand, you don't run into Bishop H6 checks, but otherwise, of course, you run. On the other hand, you run into Bishop H6 as a move. I'm not sure, but there could be something to think about.
Yeah, it could be.
All right.
Maybe we should go on to look at some other games.
It's easy to be.
Well, we have this crazy game, of course, Volkov playing Naxons.
Now he's sacrificed back.
We're gonna see what happened. Bishop B5. He didn't play the pawn Bishop D7. He just went Bishop G4.
That is nice. That's very good.
Whoa. And of course, the point being, if you take, then E3, and you can't really allow this, I guess.
No.
So Queen D2 was played. And now he just went back to F8 with the rook.
Not that impressive. No.
All of these moves are really strange to me. Rook E1.
Yeah.
Queen D8.
This position, I mean.
White is a piece up and has the compensation for a piece as well. F5 is played.
I mean.
Of course, Knight E5 is the most natural move, I suppose, but now you have to.
Yeah, this is made.
Yeah.
But I mean, either hopefully he's calculated so that he's simply.
Well, of course, taking then Queen takes, and it's made rather easily. But okay, Knight. Oh, sorry, that was my mistake. There are too many buttons on this thing. Sorry. Here's the game again. F5.
Yeah.
So
he played Queen F6.
Yeah, Queen F6 has to be the critical move.
Yeah, and now he takes. Well, he obviously calculated that he would.
Well, yeah.
Now takes back.
What happens? Can you take on F5 here?
Bishop G5.
G5 is annoying.
Annoying is.
Yeah. Okay, winning. So we take on H6 instead, and
take back.
Now we're threatening mate ourselves on H7. So Black played Queen G7.
Well, I mean, the alternative would be something like Rook D8, but I guess it shouldn't work. But I'm not sure what the other hand what are you supposed to do? Something I'm missing here.
Well, I'm gonna try and mate somehow. Not sure how.
No, that's the point.
Well, I suppose he could just play something calm, like King G2. I just want to take a piece or something.
Bishop takes A5.
And now I thought maybe Rook F1.
Yeah.
This should be good enough, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Well, he played Queen G7.
Yeah.
And takes. He takes the piece, King G1, and he's up a piece.
And Black still has 2 pawns. He's fighting on.
Yeah, and maybe he can try. I don't know if he can try Bishop F3. Try and grab this pawn.
Fair enough, yes.
Yeah,
why not try?
Bishop F3. Well, what's going on here? At least, maybe the pawn isn't that important because we can always get it back somehow, but we want to do something with the king. Maybe Rook E7 check? I don't know. And King F6. And we can play Rook H7.
Take back?
I don't see any mate ideas, but
no.
In worst case, we can take something here on A7 or.
But the rook is hanging on C. Counterattack.
That looks quite possible, actually.
That was interesting. Good.
Yeah. I mean, white has to be winning, right?
Yeah, this is my impression too.
In many different ways.
But
I
okay,
suppose.
black is soldiering on.
Yeah, of course.
He's fighting.
He has to watch out for losing too many pawns.
Yeah.
So we don't risk having a rook and knight against rook or something like that. But with careful play, he should be winning, I suppose. What else do we have? We have, of course, Nihal Sarin, the young boy from India, only 12 years old, playing Antipov. And he sacrificed a pawn out of the opening, and we see here bishop d3. He played bishop a4.
Yeah, this is very, very strange.
Queen c1.
Very interesting.
And he castle long. Yeah, of course. He's still 2 pawns down, but of course he gets this pawn back, so it's only 1 pawn, but it's still a pawn.
Still a pawn, but all right. I thought he was thinking here. Of course, there's a problem that castles runs into bishop that takes h2 check.
Yeah.
So there's which is, and there or queen h5 check, knight g4.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah. So of course castles was not a move. He found knight d4 after long think, which is. Yes, I like this. I mean, all right.
It's a centralizing move, at least. And now he just goes bishop c6.
Yes, all right. Then he.
Well, white took the bishop. Looks very natural.
Yeah.
And queen c2.
Yes, he's still a pawn up. Yeah.
Bishop e5, and he just went rook c1. So he's very keen on defending that extra pawn.
Oh well, that makes a lot of sense, of course.
Yeah.
Rook d7.
Yeah, well, I guess he intends to double here. And I don't know, can white castle? Or is this
bishop,
a sort of sacrifice?
This thing with bishop h2 check, and again, well, of course, it doesn't take back the piece, but queen h5 check. What is happening here? Knight g4.
And now he has to run.
Rook d1. Yeah, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's well.
I don't know.
Takes no check. Takes. Well,
I guess rook f1. If white gets to play bishop b4, then I guess he's going to consolidate. But I don't know. It's
let's see again.
Maybe again. Knight e5 or something.
Oh yeah, bishop e4. I'm not, but it's at least entertaining. Let's see here. F4.
It doesn't look pretty, but
certainly not pretty. But
well,
takes queen c5, and then what?
Yeah, well, this is the position right now. So, but it feels like maybe this f4 wasn't that accurate, because this pawn is a problem now.
Let's go back again, because well, I don't know. I was previously, but okay. Rook c1.
Maybe even here, you know.
I was thinking of castling queenside. But the right you run into, maybe he can just take on c3, probably, and queen takes a2.
And I guess the worst is over for black here.
Yes, yeah, that was not so good. Okay, rook c1.
Rook c1, rook d7.
But in this position,
I guess black's next move would be rook d8.
Yes, of course.
Can I play something extremely ugly like king e2? Just keeping the king in the center, perhaps.
Fair enough. Okay, rook d1.
Yeah, something like this, I guess.
Bishop takes c3.
You still get the pawn back.
No, but bishop queen h5 check.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I shouldn't allow that, I suppose. Yeah, that can't be right.
No, but f4, it cannot be right either.
No. Well, queen c5 is rather annoying, I suppose, attacking here.
Yes, I'm. What you're supposed to do, but
I don't know, maybe bishop b1 or
or maybe bishop b1 or c2. I'm not sure. C2 leaves maybe b1.
okay.
I'm not sure. This one.
Yeah, I don't know. Can black even try and annoy with knight g4 here?
Yeah, obviously.
This pawn on e3 is a constant worry now that white has played f4. So this is, I think, white should have avoided this f4 structure.
Yeah, let me see. Instead of rook c1, I mean, this is. Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It should be good for white somehow.
Maybe.
It's rather strange that this opening experiment by black succeeded somehow.
Maybe my castle queen side is actually maybe the best choice. You get okay. This is I mean, okay. Black. I mean, white has no problems in this position. I mean, maybe he's not so. Maybe you can try a move like f3.
You want to go e4?
Maybe rather g4.
Oh, okay. Taking space on the
Yeah,
king side.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the pawn on c6 is not. It's not so nice. And also, I mean, black cannot pressure like he did, because if you go rook d7, you just go bishop b1, and you have a problem. I mean, you have to maybe go rook takes d1, but then you do simply has developed white.
So you think that maybe white was too greedy in the game and tried to keep the pawn for too long?
Yeah, probably. I mean, this is probably nice white. I mean, this is very.
Now maybe white has to be even careful to.
Yes.
Maybe even very careful.
Well, I mean, I think this is the same. Now, bishop e1 probably is correct. Knight g4, then my suggestion is you have to get rid of the whole problem and maybe play b4.
Oh, okay. You're just giving your pawn back.
Yes, but at least you get your queens exchanged. Check, check, and king f2. All right. I mean, you're not mated.
Yeah.
So
still a game here.
Yeah, I mean, and knight g4 check, king e2. I mean, you're solid enough, I imagine. Not rook d8. Maybe you still have tactical problems.
Yeah, you can't play rook d1 because there's a fork in the end, I suppose.
No.
Knight e3.
Still.
But white is the one fighting, do you think, in the game?
Yeah. Or maybe king e2 was stupid. You maybe just play bishop e1.
Maybe
b4.
king e2 here. Or...
No, queen h5 is.
Well,
yeah, you run into every. Well, not clear, but I thought maybe what b4, queen takes the line we looked at, king f2, knight g4, and king f3.
Yeah. But I don't know if
maybe
black can try
f5, h3, maybe.
Yeah.
Knight f6, and then rook d1. I mean, yeah, but rook d8. Yeah. This is certainly not clear for him. But
that seems like black is pushing somehow.
But white is fighting. You're not getting mated, at least.
Yeah.
There should be chances here.
Definitely.
Yeah. So, but this f4 looks extremely. We see
Well,
that.
we actually have a result here.
Yeah, that's what it basically finished like we thought it would be.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play through the moves rather quickly. Sasakiran actually won his game against Evgeny Postny. I don't know if he just played extremely quickly or he prepared extremely well or what
He played
went.
well at least.
Yeah,
So
that's the most important thing. The moves were good. So he took,
Yeah.
and this end game, he just went picking up that pawn, and yeah. Yeah, this is a good moment to resign, I suppose. You can't really stop it because
D6.
d6 wins the game immediately. So, a very nice win by Sasakiran,
Yes.
who's up to, well, he's on 5 out of 6, I suppose. And he might play the winner of the first board. And who's the winner of the first board? What has happened?
Yeah, what has happened?
Yeah, maybe we should go back a few more moves. Yeah, we left. He took on a4 and bishop d4 was played.
Uh-huh.
And that looks natural enough to me. It's a fairly decent square, protecting these pawns and maybe trying to get some squares from the a4 knight. And he just went back to the game, knight c5, rook e1, knight
e1?
b3.
Rook e1?
Well, he's trying to defend this one, I guess.
Yeah. Yes, but running into knight b3.
Yeah, that's what happened. And white just took on c8 and played bishop c3. And black took on f3. Can he take on e5 here?
Yes, but maybe not with the knight. Because bishop b7.
Ah, bishop b7 is annoying. Yeah, okay, so if we take with the bishop.
Yeah, bishop.
And now if we play bishop b7,
bishop takes c3. Yeah?
we can take on c3.
Now we get this endgame I was talking about earlier on, but white is not even getting that because tactically he's lost. So because takes on c3, rook takes c3, bishop a6 is not possible. But maybe it's even possible here.
You meant knight
c5. You have knight b5. You're somehow surviving, but this is ugly. There or
Yeah, I don't.
very much. Somehow this should not work tactically, and
Yeah.
black is in any case a pawn up.
I was thinking if we take here, what if we take on c8?
Yeah, then you have this a similar endgame with the pawn up. Takes
Yeah.
on e1, takes on d7. There should be good chances for black to win this,
I
in
suppose
my opinion.
So. And this one
not totally clear, but it's very good. I mean, it's very unpleasant to play.
But of course, we should point out the key idea is if we can't really go into this version because there's a mate on the background.
Yeah.
So yeah, after bishop b5, I guess he has to go for this endgame, bishop b7. He has to suffer for a draw in some kind of endgame.
What he can do, of course, is to take on e5 and now go bishop b7.
Yeah.
This is maybe what he's.
But at least, shouldn't black be able to get this pawn?
That's what I was thinking, but I'm not so sure anymore.
That's true. If the bishop gets to a6, then we don't even have knight d3 anymore. So let's try to get something here. I don't know. Maybe this isn't so clear. Was everything forced? This is the position now, so bishop e5, bishop takes, bishop. Yeah, I guess everything is forced. Or was it any difference if we took with the knight first?
No, I think that is worse actually, because White's bishop on c3 is fairly nice. I would think that would move.
So this has to be the critical continuation. Bishop b7 has to be. I don't see anything clear here.
No, this could possibly just be a draw.
Well, I don't think Kamsky wants a draw.
No, he wants to win this game, obviously.
Yeah, and he probably still has chances to do
Yeah.
it, but they're not so clear.
Yeah,
He shouldn't risk losing this position at least.
No, of course not. But maybe he's simply not winning. I mean,
yeah.
well,
White
I
is
was
fighting
thinking.
well.
Let's go back when he plays bishop to f3. Was that strictly necessary? He has a very nice position here. I mean, White is not doing too much. I'm not sure. For example, now if we consider a move like
Well, looking at the camera, it seems like it should be white to move, so maybe I have to update and see if we have any more moves.
Yeah.
Oh, we have quite a few moves. We have bishop takes, knight takes,
As
bishop
we thought.
b7, rook b8,
Yeah.
and now he just went knight c6.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
So he won't win the pawn immediately by force, but he still has some sort of grip on the position, I guess. I guess it's going to d4 or something.
Yes, but one wonders if White shouldn't be able to somehow defend this, but it's a bit tricky, of course. I
guess it would be in White's interest to exchange all the light pieces, like the knights and the bishops, because
then it's a draw. Yeah.
Saving the rook endgame 4 against 3 shouldn't be too difficult.
No, that's a technical draw, I guess. Yeah. But we'll see. If you play some move like somehow I want to very difficult.
I should mention that this game in Skordorf reminds me of his Kamsky had a game earlier in the tournament against Tiger Hillar Persson, where Tiger actually managed to survive by exchanging to this endgame with 3 pawns against 4. So Gata has already had this endgame in this tournament.
But let me see here. Now, what does happen if? Okay, White has had a lot of problems with his rank, so he plays h3.
Yeah.
So at least you won't get mated.
And I suppose maybe knight d4.
Well, but that doesn't. Does that do anything?
Maybe it just looks.
But on the other hand, what is White to do? But knight d4, maybe just rook d1.
Yeah, you're right.
But knight c5.
Yeah, now you're threatening both the bishop and the pawn.
Yes, but this should be simply rook c1. Should be a draw. Knight takes a6, rook takes c6. Yeah. Knight b4, but okay, this is nothing for either.
Yeah, I guess
should be
a rather easy draw. I suppose.
Yeah. Rooks, I don't know. Well, maybe
rook c7, something.
Knight d5,
maybe
rook c2.
Yeah.
Wait. So
black can try, of course, but
h3.
The endgame should be drawable, even though black is perhaps pushing. Because
black is slightly better tactically here, but maybe there's something. Could there be something weird like knight d2?
Knight d2? Yeah, maybe. Now what? Can we play bishop b5?
Yeah, probably bishop b5, knight d4, rook d1.
Yeah.
Draw.
It should be a draw, yes.
Yeah, a draw immediately. Knight takes b5, rook takes d2, and takes. That means it's a draw.
Well, so it seems like Kamsky is pushing, even though the position probably isn't winning. White has to defend it.
Yeah.
Which he should be able to manage to. Oh, we have another result. Seems like Sokolov won his game against Sarkar. Like we expected after queen d1, the position was running out of tricks for black.
Yes, indeed.
We can see the final moves. He actually took on f2. But just king takes and queen d4 is a very nice trick. And everything was just exchanged and rook c3 and it was time to resign in this position. I guess rook a3 and rook b3 is about to be played. So, very nice win by Sokolov, even though it seemed complicated and even dangerous for a while. Maybe he was just taking everything under control. We also have this game, and
No, it should be.
I'm just gonna see. It feels like every time we look at this game, there's an entirely new position. I don't know. King g1, rook f7, knight e4 was played. So bishop f3, rook h3. Yeah, I mean, now he has an attack against the king as well. He's threatening mate, so I can see rook g7 followed by rook h8.
No, but this is obviously completely lost, I think. But, well, because
he can defend mate, but he's still a pawn. He's still a piece down. So.
Yeah. Should be.
So it seems like Volkov is setting for a very nice win. We really liked this game, at least I did.
Yes.
Quite an attacking game. We have also, like you predicted, a draw between Pablo Crisiedo and Alexei Guganov in this bishop endgame. And I'm gonna update and see if we get rid of those markers. And yeah, Kamsky is still trying to win his game. How about we can take a look at this game? Liang Bluebaum, of course, the two young players. We didn't see much after the opening, unfortunately. We can just quickly skip through. Both castle queenside. c4 was played, knight f6, queen c2. And they both just kind of developed, and black played c5. And yeah, white did play this move f4. But black managed to play f5. How do you think black is playing this position? It's rather aggressively, I would say.
No.
I suppose he wants to close down the position because white has the two bishops.
What happened? Bishop
f3, and he just went bishop f6, attacking the pawn on d4.
Interesting. Thanks.
So knight takes, and this bishop is starting to look pretty good actually. Down to b7, but it's not so clear if it's doing too much, I guess. And now white just traded the rooks. a3, knight e4. And now he even traded on e4 and queen b3. So what do you think is going on in this position? White's pawns doesn't look very nice here on the king side, but still these pawns can become rather weak as well, I suppose. Who do you think is
very difficult to say this. I don't know.
They both have their ugly pawns.
Indeed. Well, very difficult to say. I'm not really sure what white's. I'm not sure what black is doing next move. I'm not sure what white is doing either.
Yeah. So equal, or maybe we should just end with a very vague, unclear.
Queen d6.
Queen d. Yeah, he played queen d6.
You want to play queen d6?
I'm not sure what white is trying to achieve, but well, at the same time, I don't know what black is trying to achieve either. But
no, exactly.
How about a move like queen c2, attacking this pawn on e4?
Yeah, well, but what about queen d3?
Yeah, I'm not sure how this endgame really is. Can we take it?
Yeah, I guess we.
Let's try and maybe b3.
Yes, but
I'm gonna try and pick that pawn up.
But well, you're playing bishop c3.
Let's try king c1.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how you're going to pick that piece up.
I'm gonna try bishop d2 next move.
Oh, well, king. I don't know.
C7?
Maybe C7.
Okay, let's try
No,
bishop.
maybe not C7. Oh well, okay. Then bishop D4.
Bishop E3.
All right, draw. Yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's maybe.
I'm happy enough with the
yeah,
draw.
yeah. Maybe that's a logical result. Actually, yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Well, if he doesn't want to allow queen d3, then maybe king
Yeah.
c2 here.
Yes, but
on the other hand, I don't know where the queen is going then.
no, I'm not sure what is. Well, I mean, maybe black can play a move like queen d7.
Yeah.
Next move would be queen e8 and try to take the pawn. I mean, okay, white can. Well, queen b6, queen d3, check, and you take on
Yeah.
c4. Not very good. So.
And I don't think we want to make a move like c5 because then queen d5 looks good for black, I suppose.
Yes, I agree.
And then we attack here, and we
Yeah.
don't really want to straighten the pawns up.
No.
This is horrible. So, yeah, I don't know. Queen c2 might be
A logical draw, a final result. A solid play by both.
And I guess
players.
that should be sufficient enough for white playing a high-rated player.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to have much in the position anyway, so a draw seems fair enough. We have another result. It seems like Antipov won his game against Sarin. We had this position just a few moves ago. Gonna see what happened. After knight g4, he played your move b4, and he just completely ignored that pawn.
Yes, that of course is sensible.
Well,
and now he did what? Bishop e4.
e4 looks natural, but black just ignores everything. Rook d8. And I suppose if we take on c6, then rook d3 looks very dangerous.
Yeah. No, you don't want to do that. No.
So queen c2 was played instead.
That takes an e3.
Yeah.
No, queen.
But that's a threat, I suppose. Black's threatening to take here, and then rook d1, or maybe not. Maybe we can just go, I don't know, king f2.
Sorry?
I don't know if knight takes, is this a threat? Check, and I suppose king f2.
No.
I don't know, queen
h? Queen g3? No.
I don't know what's going on.
But okay, it's white's move here.
Yeah, but this queen c2 doesn't look very good.
No, but what can poor white do here? That's the question. What is white supposed to do here?
Maybe even the immediate rook d1 can be considered. I don't know. Let's try something ugly. h4.
I like that. Sure, it's ugly, but
yeah.
But avoids some immediate problems. Yes. No, I like that move.
Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna try some sacrifice.
What?
This doesn't work, I suppose. King f2 and a check.
King g3.
King g3, and now we're safe, I suppose. And just double checking.
Looks like it. Yeah. But all right, it's interesting enough to check it out.
How about rook d1 immediately?
But if you take, and if you just take back,
knight f2.
Yes, but what? King c1.
King c1, take a rook.
Yeah, but
this you have to need
bishop takes
like
c6.
This. Yeah.
No.
So we don't have that, at least. Then what do we have?
Yeah, it's a good question.
I suppose maybe can we try something like e5 or even okay, maybe g5 is too explosive, but e5.
Yes, but
it's sort of difficult to find a move for white as well.
Well, no, but all right. Maybe I should get ambitious and go queen a3, play for mate.
No, okay. Yeah, why not?
Queen h6 check. Yeah,
Like a king b8 maybe.
Well, yes, but
Well, anyway, I think
b5. Well, do something. I'm not sure, but at least you do something.
well, it's very comfortable sitting here in the commentary room.
Yes,
we
indeed, but
can do everything.
that's the point of commentary, I
Yeah.
guess.
We have a very easy job here. Well,
No, not sure about anything here.
So h4 is probably better
H4
defense.
was excellent, very good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
It's interesting enough. Often, sometimes if you forget about this, it's an extremely ugly move, but it solves a lot of problems.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna see the final moves of the game. Queen c2 doesn't look very good. Rook d1, rook d2.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip through very quickly, and he resigned, which is fair enough. So Queen c2 was definitely not a good move here. So
No.
h4 is probably at least the best try.
Yeah, I like this very much. Soldier on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep on the lower boards. We have a couple of other results. We have Frode Urkedal, the Norwegian hope. Now that Hammer isn't here to win the tournament, he won his game against Mihai Grunberg. We haven't seen this game, and we also have another result. We have a draw on board number 15. Henderson de la Fuente played a draw against Milos Pavlovic, a strong Serbian grandmaster. And the other games are still going as far as I can see. Maybe we should go back and look at what happens on the top boards again. Kamsky, well, rook d1, knight d4, rook d2. He's still trying to create something out of this position. It's still it's gonna take a while until he gets anywhere, I suppose.
Yeah, this is not very.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I like the move. Knight d4. Knight c5.
Do you think he's trying to go e5 at some point to get the square for knight?
Yes, but e5, I would suggest maybe a very simple bishop f1. The idea being that you next move you go knight c4, and you're very solid.
That's true. But I suppose White can play this way against pretty much most setups.
No, but knight c5 was more tactical, I'm not sure.
Okay, so knight c5. Can we play this anyway?
Yeah, that's true. We were thinking about this earlier on. This is a draw, yeah.
It seems
fair
that
enough.
way.
But maybe that's also a logical result.
Yeah, so in this game, well, it's still a game, but Nexans is fighting. He's probably not going to solve everything in this game. Knight d6 looks good enough to win, I suppose. What else do we have?
Should win, yes.
We have a couple of the results. How about this? Just skip through the final games quite quickly. We have Kulauts playing against Sumsande. Of course, Kulauts from Estonia being the favorite, and it seems to be an exchange up.
For nothing, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll probably win this game.
Yes.
Okay, next game. Jovanka Huska, I don't know where she is from originally, but I think she lives in Norway nowadays. She's playing white against the Russian Sergei Ivanov, who is, of course, a regular guest in these Rilton tournaments. And white is a pawn up, actually.
Very unpleasant for black.
This
could possibly be a technical win. But alright, it's not easy to win either, I guess. But it's,
yeah, it's
but it's
white
not
is
pleasant. Not pleasant for black.
White is playing for 2 results,
yeah.
Definitely. Then we have this interesting game. We have Swedish Ralf Åkesson, who's been having quite a good tournament so far, playing black now against Sundar Shyam from India. And
somehow he lost the pawn.
I can actually show that was a cute trick. After bishop c6, white tried his knight takes d5 and queen takes d5, so he's trying to defend this bishop by threatening mate, but he overlooked this move, bishop takes h7, check, and now the pawn is defended. So we lost a pawn that way, which of course isn't very good. And here he's still a pawn down. It doesn't
should be lost for black.
Yeah, he has some weak dark squares. Maybe
No, but
H6
H6 is
point.
coming on. I mean, this is a
Gets the square.
serious. I mean, it's a serious tactical problem immediately.
Yeah, I mean, he's a pawn down. He's going to be
He's
fighting, of course.
Pawn down for nothing.
White can even try maybe lifting a rook at some
Fair
point.
enough. Yes.
So he's fighting, of course. But I want Ralph to succeed. Of course, I'm rooting for the Swedes, of course. Then we have this game.
Interesting.
So I'm gonna update to get rid of those markers because I wanna see this position without any.
Jag vill bara ta ett glas vatten.
Yeah. Yeah. Jaha. Ja, det kan bara lyfta. Okay. Hellers is taking a short water break. Meanwhile, what's going on in this position? Sagas against Tikkanen. I'm just gonna go back a few more moves and see what happened. White actually played this move bishop c1, which I guess is rather logical because we don't want the bishop on b2 in the Benoni because it just hits d4 pawn, but it's not a beautiful move. c5, bishop g5, and they sort of got rid of that bishop, but I guess it's fair enough. You give up the bishop, but you get some extra control of the light squares in the position. It's not an uncommon idea in the Benoni. Knight d2, queen d8, queen c1, f5. Black is very ambitious. Hellish is back with some water, I think. Okay. So Sylvia.
No, but you want to take in Ivan.
Yeah, okay, maybe we can invite Ivan to the studio. You can even show your game with Ferdinand if you want to.
You're not leaving anywhere.
I'm not leaving.
Okay. So I'm gonna take a break and Ivan.
Okay, so you had the time to see my brilliant game of yesterday?
No.
This is pity.
Yes, so I heard. Yes.
Yes, because you would be kind of asking how can a man be so stupid? This would be
we will take that later on.
This would be a prevailing question because I was like having a winning position like 10 moves running. But okay, today I thought that he might play Grunfeld because he did it before.
Okay, fine.
So I decided to go for this line, Queen A4 check,
which I cannot, to be honest, remember anything about.
Well, it was played. I played it a few times. It was played by Kramnik, by Nakamura. In general, as we all know, well, White does not have anything against the Grunfeld. Nobody knows how to get advantage against.
No, it's a good opening, I guess.
So just Whites are shuffling a different kind of lines, hopefully hoping to get a good practical score.
Yeah.
Okay, so he played.
I guess the idea is somehow to disturb Black from his normal development of c5 and
here
c6.
Knight d7 and Queen d7 was played a lot.
Queen d7, yes.
Queen d7 is, let's say, a main theoretical move. And on queen d7, white was playing here 3 moves: queen b3, queen a3, and bishop b5, c6, and then bishop b2.
Yeah.
So all the moves were tried. Okay, he played move knight d7. I played bishop e3.
You want to? It is known, maybe.
Yes, castles.
Rook c1. It's
Rook c1, the basic idea is to have a possibility to push d5. It is a little played move. It was played by Nakamura. So push. Okay, here he played queen e7, which is, to the best of my knowledge, a novelty.
it's
c6,
very ambitious.
c6 was played by Coritello versus Nakamura in this position. This is a known theory, though not many games are played here.
What do you do then?
I won't tell you because.
Okay.
But you may see it in 2 days.
Okay, very good. Yes.
So he played queen e7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bishop d3 is kind of normal, and he pushed.
Very ambitious.
Yeah, but probably he needs to do it, because I think that if he lets me castle, I'm simply going to be better. I think that after queen e7, he probably needs to follow up with f5. I don't know.
One move we were thinking about was c5.
C5 I thought about, but on c5 I was thinking about 2 possibilities. Number 1, I was not sure if I could, for example, hope for any advantage by trading everything and castling, and then hoping that my 2 pawns are going to hold his 3. But also I was wondering if I castle. Okay, how would he continue? Because if he swaps everything on d4, I would take by bishop, I would threaten rook c7,
Yes,
I'm probably going to be better.
Yes, actually, you move rook c1 looks very nice then.
Yeah.
It's logical.
If he plays a move like a6, I have moved queen a3. And it is actually getting annoying for him to...
What about b6 then?
Yeah, b6, but then again...
not before a6, instead of a6.
Yeah, b6 he can do. Yeah, he can do this. I guess Naka also played sometimes some games like this. Probably we would have to enter some regular Grunfeld position where I was at some stage push d5. And he would probably try to shuffle this knight to d6, what people normally do.
Yeah.
Okay, so he pushed.
Got very interesting here.
Yeah, here I was not really sure what to do. Because I was, for example, thinking, does it make a sense for me to include move bishop g5? I was, for example, calculating bishop g5, queen goes, let's say castle. Probably f4. Well, he's likely to win a piece. I can give check. King goes and take on c7, and he chases my bishop.
It gets very strange.
Gets very strange position. I'm also having some pins, but I really couldn't work this out. I will get some pawns, but I had no idea. Maybe simply not enough. Then I was trying somehow to work out whether I can, for example, take everything on e4.
On
e5. I was, for example, thinking check to sending king away, and then let's say knight e5. Take, with the idea to have either bishop c5 or bishop d4 to disturb him. But my problem was that actually I was not sure how do I can get anything if he now takes, no, but then bishop c5. What was I looking
bishop
here?
Bishop c5? Queen takes e5?
Bishop f8 take, yeah. This was my basically worry. How do I react here? This I couldn't figure out. So then finally I thought, okay, let me try to play this slightly better pawn structure.
Yes.
He probably needs to push, because if I castle, I think I'm in a good shape. I mean, if he plays gf and I castle.
And then he goes e4.
Then I play rook e1. I was somehow thinking that here, that I should be in a good shape.
Rook e1?
Because, yeah, there would be always some time.
Knight b6.
Moment. Or should I... Wait, should I give... Moment, maybe I should... No, maybe first bishop g5. Okay, do you want to trade this bishop? If you don't, where do you go with queen?
Probably you have to trade it.
Well, this is something which he could have done. I was not terribly worried about this position. I would give a check, take, try to jump by knight, and then try to push f3, rook e1, f3. Try to play it like some strange King's Indian.
But not clear, of course.
No. No, okay, he pushed. I think that f6 is normal move. Okay, he took, check.
I was thinking
Later,
later in the
he
game.
He regretted very much this
Yeah.
King g7.
With hindsight,
Yes.
King g7 was a problem. I'm not sure King h8 is better, but
yes, I also didn't know this, but I kind of thought, okay, thanks God I'm playing white.
yeah.
So this is what he had to figure out.
Yes, not you. Yeah,
Not
this
me.
is true. Yeah, because of course King h8 can, run into bishop h6 in any position.
Yeah.
So
So I don't know. He moved. Okay, I moved the knight. He went for this bishop, which is I think normal. I think that I need to keep queens. Move like queen b4 I think would not make much sense.
No.
Because my king is potentially safer. So I think it makes sense to keep queens. Okay, he took.
No.
No, this position resembles to me like some e4 systems. Actually, it doesn't resemble like a Grunfeld.
No, it's not.
With this pawn structure. If somebody would put this in front of you, you would probably say that it came from some e4 system. But I'm not sure what is he supposed to do, because if he does not disturb my knight, then I want to castle and maybe even take queen d2 tempo immediately and try to place maybe the knight to e3.
Yes, that was.
If he doesn't disturb me.
Yeah, bishop f4 and knight e3 somehow.
Yeah, so he decided to disturb me.
Yeah, it's at least it's very ambitious, and
I moved the knight because, amongst other things, I was not in the mood to take exchange, because I think he can really sacrifice it. I will have a problems to castle.
Yeah, I see
was
what
not
you
in
mean.
the mood to play such a position.
No, it's not your style.
No, so I went back. And I think also that to take a pawn would not be smart, because I thought only briefly about this, but okay, some position, let's say like this.
No, actually, I thought this was horrible.
How do I castle? How do I ever get out?
No, my idea after rook e8 was to play f3, but of course, just to try to.
Yeah, but I didn't.
No, obviously you're not.
So I think this is normal to kind of stop him.
Yeah.
Okay, he played rook there. Yeah, here I think that things started to go wrong for him, but I don't know what is he supposed to do to get it right.
Yeah.
Because look, I want castle and rook e1, and he this pawn. He will need at some stage to start getting worried about move like queen a4.
Yeah.
Collecting on a7.
Yes. Now he's in a hurry.
I think it is not. It is position difficult to play. So,
but
I don't know if you saw something.
No, not really. But yeah, either. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure.
Because my play is relatively.
Well, your moves are very easy. You can
castle, rook e1, and then I see.
Yeah. And
so I don't know. Okay, he tried to create this stuff. Castled. But I think here these tactics are simply working for me. Because he probably has to take. Okay, tempo. He moved the bishop, which is kind of normal. Okay, I took. Yeah, here he took on e3, trying to create some s, but I think it doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. So yeah, I'm not sure about.
Because okay, he took, and this move is not working for sure. I think that this is maybe the only way. I think this is perhaps the only way to try to get something done. But okay, there are some moves. For example, number one move like rook d1, trying to gain a tempo.
Bishop c6.
Bishop c6. Move the queen. Wait. Or should I try to pin? Queen. No, this is a move for sure which was a possibility. Because if I take, he will take on e3.
Looks very dangerous, yes. If not immediately lost.
No, I don't think it is lost. Take.
Yeah,
I mean, don't be such a pessimist.
What a pleasant move. But is it? King takes f6?
Queen d4 check.
Oh, you have a check.
Yes. And I collect your rook.
Tricky,
you.
tricky man, yeah.
But okay,
takes on d7 and rook e2.
Yeah, takes on d7 and should be a draw.
Yeah.
Actually, to be honest, I did not reckon with the move rook e6. I saw bishop d4 from very far, and fortunately this happened. Move like rook e6, I only started to calculate what do I do, and I actually figured out it is tricky. So bishop d4 I came from a very far. I saw from the very far, okay, I moved rook. But here I have a couple of moves. Because also, for example, I think a move which I saw as a decent move, for example, I think that queen a3 is also a very, very tricky move for him to reckon. Because rook e6, queen takes, rook takes, rook d3, rook e4, rook d1, and rook d7. So this is, for example, also what was a possibility. Also, for example, for me, move which was making sense. Okay, I played, for example, here. This is also a possible move. But here I was getting worried that maybe I don't have more than a draw.
Queen e4?
Yeah. And perhaps I need to do perpetual.
On d7?
Yes, and d8. Because you can't go there because of queen h3.
No, but you
and
go
you
back.
go to g8 and I cannot somehow convince you to get on the check.
Queen c7.
But now I see that maybe
Queen c7.
Queen c7, king goes.
Queen b8.
But then I go to g7. Yeah, it's basically I started to calculate this, and I thought, okay,
but maybe you have maybe you have knight f4.
When now? Yeah, maybe knight f4. But okay, knight f4, bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
Yeah, rook
e1.
Rook e1. It is probably working for me, but this is really getting
interesting,
getting tricky. So actually,
but
what I did is way easier.
Yes,
he just wins game immediately.
Yes,
because he doesn't have any good way to kind of.
No, but basically, his last chance was this rook e6 move. Was very...
Yeah, rook e6. I guess. Okay, I'm going to do it lazy way. I will check it out with the computer later. So this is about it.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah.
So I think that.
Okay, so thank you so much, Ivan, for showing your game here together with Ferdinand. It's always good to have Ivan in such a good mood. He's always come up here and show his game. Except for yesterday, of course. Uh, so Kamsky is trying to win this endgame against Topada. What's going on here?
Well, I'm not sure what's going on here. I mean, I'm not so impressed.
He's pushing a lot of pawns at least.
Is he trying to win or is he trying to lose? To be somewhat provocative, because I mean, what is he doing out there on the?
Well, if he is trying to win, then he's also trying to lose, in my experience. But with the knight on d4, maybe he's trying to something rook b3, attacking this guy on f3.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but I mean, you should. I mean, soon you.
Well, he's not really under any pressure, so he can try.
Yes, but what can he accomplish? I'm not sure. You want to?
After,
well, he can play knight ec6, rook b3. Yeah, well, yes.
Rook b3 is a threat at least. But what happens? Rook d3 maybe?
Yes.
Yeah, and we can't really proceed, so maybe we have to go back.
Well, okay.
And then try again. I don't know. What is he trying to do with these 4 pawns?
I'm not sure. That is a bit okay, maybe. But I was thinking if he plays knight ec6.
Yeah.
And then what? I'm not sure. I mean,
I don't know.
what is he trying to do here? I mean, maybe he wants to play, but does he win on that?
I don't know. The pawn structure. Does he want to go h4? I'm thinking maybe he's trying to reach some kind of pawn structure like this, trying to get to this pawn. But
it looks very strange.
well, he has to do something if he wants to win the game.
Well, maybe he shouldn't try to win the game. Well, all right, but it's laudable to try to win at least. But yeah, well.
I'm actually gonna try and update the game because I think a few more moves have been played. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna see. He did play knight c6 and king e3, and then he went g4 instead.
Yeah, well, that makes. I mean, I was thinking of g4. I was even thinking that white should play h3 just to avoid g4.
He created another weakness on h2, I guess.
But rooks is something. Rook d3 check. That's his.
You mean what happened?
Yeah, rook b3 check. Obviously. Yeah.
So instead, rook c1 was played and knight f3. So I guess this is a weakness, but shouldn't white be able to play h3 at some point? Exchange.
At this point, yes. Why not play?
Yeah, I don't know. h3. Now what?
And now what? Yes, indeed.
He's trying at least.
Yes.
He shouldn't be able to lose this position, I think.
Well, if you push too hard, but I don't think he has pushed too hard so far. But
yeah, and I mean they both.
But I'm not seeing what he's actually accomplished.
No, I mean this weakness is on g3 now, and it's not so easy to attack it.
Well, you're a long way from g3.
Yeah, and every time you go rook b3, I have rook c3, right?
But maybe the king is e3 is also very maybe h3 knight e7.
Okay, so you're trying to check on d5?
Yes. Also rook b3. Now rook c3 is not an option, so
that's true. So what should we take here?
Why not? Yes, take it.
Yeah.
Take it now.
Maybe king f2.
Yeah, makes sense.
I don't know. Knight d5.
Rook d1.
Rook d1. King e6.
Maybe not rook d1. That doesn't. Maybe rook a1.
Rook a1. Okay. We're trying to defend this way.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Maybe e3 check though. Is it
e3 check. Maybe king e2.
Yeah.
Okay, then you can take the
Yeah,
knight. So yeah,
But maybe. Well, obviously my move was not good. Rook a1. Let's see then. Yeah, because now e3 you just take the rook takes b2, rook c2 draw. But I got too ambitious, obviously. But rook d1, king e6, bishop e2.
bishop e2. Yeah. I don't know. Rook. Can you go here? Rook b3.
Yes.
It still feels like white's the one fighting for a draw at least. I don't think Kamsky has messed anything up, but
No, his position is making sense. Let me see then. Why would we do h3? No, h3 actually hasn't happened. So
no,
as far as
he's
we
still
know.
thinking of the knight f3. I think, yeah. It seems like that way looking at the camera as well. And we should also mention that perhaps Kamsky is fighting so hard to win because he knows that Sasekiran and Sokolov won both their games. So if they draw their game, then there will be quite a lot of people in the lead. So he might want to distance himself from the field. You can also take a look at what happens on board number 4, Volko playing Nexans here. And he's a piece up. And he's still winning the game.
Yes, this is.
Yeah. What else do we have? We have this endgame, Liang against Bluebaum. And what has happened here? A4.
Well, this is very tricky. Who's fast? I somehow have the impression that black has messed things up, but
Yeah, it feels that way. But okay, let's try King D5, looks
king
natural.
b3.
King B3. And we can't really let this pawn go without a fight, I suppose. Bishop F6?
Yeah, fair enough.
Maybe B5? I don't know.
Okay, let's see.
Something like this.
But why did he play bishop g5 anyway?
I don't know. Let's see. B4. And we play Bishop B5 here. A4. He can't really take on E3 anyway, I suppose so. This endgame, white just picked his pawn up.
Yes, I'm just wondering how. But I think white should be first.
You're looking at G5?
Yes.
So take
Takes
an
an
H5 and B5. Maybe.
No, white is first. White must be first.
So take.
Take. H4, B6, G7. Oh, he's obviously winning.
Yeah. So king F7.
G8 queen.
Yeah, he will get this one with check.
He will get the B7, B8 with check.
Yeah. But I guess that's an important line to look at. But
yes, to calculate, but it's.
But I mean, he should start with king D5 here, right? It looks natural.
I agree. Yes.
And king B3 looks natural as well.
Yes, and now he should go back, as you say. I think that's the only way. This move, but
yeah. I don't think black is winning this endgame.
But he's a pawn up. Is he?
Is he? Yeah, he is actually.
What happened there?
Yeah, we have to go back a few more moves to see what happened here. What pawn? Oh, black just went with the king.
Somehow, black somehow tricked him.
Yeah.
I'm don't like the move bishop g5, but
Well, I didn't actually see that black was a pawn up, but still. Can he win this? Both pawns are quite firmly blockaded, especially the one on c3.
yes, and white does have a nice. White has a nice pawn on b5 out there.
Yeah, it feels like white should be able to draw this.
Yeah.
But still, they're playing. Do we have any other results? Well, this game we saw that Kaido was supposed to win because he was an exchange up. And we also have this endgame, Huska against Ivanov. And white is making some progress, or what do you think? The king is becoming more active.
Yeah, I guess white should play a move like king b5.
Yeah.
Why not king b5?
Maybe black wants to go rook f1.
Yes.
Trying to provoke this move e4.
Yeah, well, maybe.
It's not a pretty move.
But no, why?
And now, I don't know, maybe
f6.
Yeah.
But rook a3. This is
Maybe it's just very good for white. If you get this pawn, then this one should win the game. In worst case,
I mean, but even simpler, maybe next move is king a6.
Yeah,
instead,
then b5.
and then then black obviously has to play rook b1, b5, and then c. Well, what is happening?
It looks very good for white.
It's very difficult to defend, I think.
Then what? We have Åkesson's game.
He managed to change queens. That was impressive.
Yeah, so I'm gonna update to see if we can get rid of those markers. Those are always annoying.
What's happening here?
Well, rook c1, check. Rook knight d4. I somehow get the impression that black is making some kind of progress here. But I don't really see them. Maybe check. If black were to move, let's say check, and maybe e3. So we have another check on f2.
Fair enough. He actually played. Maybe that was. He played h4.
Whoa. I would have thought he would want to exchange a pawn with h3. Because generally, when you're defending, you want to exchange pawns, right?
Yes, I don't really see the point of h4.
Well, it's probably better there than on h2, but h3 looked even simpler. But yeah. It feels like black is making some progress.
Yes, because
Ulf would probably talk about two weaknesses here and another pawn coming down here soon, maybe. Maybe we can take a look at another Swedish player. We have Jonathan Westerberg here, playing against John Paul Wallace on the 16th board. So I'm gonna get rid of those. And hopefully, yeah, here we are. So we have another bishop endgame today.
This is not very exciting. This should basically be a draw. I mean,
it's too close, you think, for anyone to have any serious winning chances?
Yes, because no, but is there some way? No, I mean, if white is really boring, he will. Okay. If you play a move like
he could even play bishop d4. Right?
Yes, that's what I was thinking about.
That's the boring move.
Yeah, it's a very boring move, but it's probably the best move. And there's obviously no way. Maybe I was wrong actually.
Really?
Yeah, but because black can take a long ride through h6.
Ah, you mean this endgame?
Yeah, king king e7 and walk. Yes, slowly but surely.
But that would probably win, though.
Yeah.
So that's a nice trick. Bishop d4 doesn't. I don't even know. Is white the one playing for a win here? Do you think?
Well, I hope not.
Now the king disappeared. I don't know. There it is.
Okay. But if you play like a move like, well, all right, you pick. If you pick bishop a7, then or king c6, or no, but he was where did he, maybe he actually black is.
He has some idea with d4, right?
Yeah.
Like a move like king d1, he can play d4. I think.
Yes, but that's probably. Let's see what happens. I think maybe king f2 instead. Be closer to the pawns. I mean, white. There's something wrong with white here. He played 37 h4. That obviously makes no sense. To play h4 in this position is I mean, this position h4 makes no sense whatsoever. He just gives black a way to get in. I mean, you play king g2, and what is black supposed to do here? I mean, it's a draw.
Well, in this position, can you even play d4 here? I don't know.
Well, takes yes.
We can't take with the bishop, right? Because then we get this kind of end game, and then we just play h5.
Yeah, or h6. Yeah.
So maybe we can take with the pawn.
Now it gets very weird. Yes, king d5.
Something like this, and then bishop e1.
Oh, yeah, bishop c5.
I'm gonna try and take as many pawns as I can.
This. What is this?
I don't know.
a4. This is gonna get. Who knows?
I'm gonna play bishop g3 maybe.
a5.
g5. Maybe this is too ambitious, but it looks fun.
Certainly more fun than the original position. Yes.
Yeah.
So no, it's very difficult. So.
Aha. Okay, we see here. He actually went. Sorry, we have some.
He did one. No.
Almost. We have this position.
Oh,
he actually went with the bishop to a5 and then went a4.
That's nice.
Yeah, this must be good for white to include, I guess.
Oh yes, now
we should be able to draw, I suppose.
Yes.
Black can never try and get the king all the way this way, because then this pawn will start running.
Yeah, that was a good idea actually.
Yeah. So
maybe
probably a draw. Or
I think white was bishop b6. But where was the king?
Sorry. This was the position a few moves ago.
The king d7 is probably a mistake. Maybe I would think the bishop f6. Bishop a. Then back. Okay. No. Well, yeah. Bishop e7 is fine. Yeah, bishop e7 and then bishop d4 is still a draw. Yeah.
Well, anyway, it seems like Westerberg is going to hold a draw in this game.
Yeah, I don't like to go move h4. No.
Yeah. Well, another good result for the Swedes is that Tigar won his game against Florian Grafel. We haven't really looked at this game, but his games are always fun to look at. How many games? We have this game, Saget going as Tikkanen. And whoa. That king looks kind of
in trouble.
Yeah.
No, but no. But on the hand,
well, I'm worried at some point that black will play f4, even though at this point we have the square on e4 for the knight.
Yes, but on the hand, black can play f3 then. I mean, rook g6 and then f3, and I don't know. Well,
yeah. Well,
maybe not though.
Well, it's white to move. So what are we going to try here? We should try and attack this pawn somehow, right?
Well, I mean, we should at least try to defend the pawn on c5. That's our main concern at the moment.
Yeah, that was the last move, queen c6, attacking the pawn on c5.
Somehow you have to defend it. That's the start.
But let's try rook c1.
Yeah. Okay. I agree. Very good.
And I don't know, f4. It's the most aggressive move. Maybe we can start with rook somewhere, so we don't lose any time. But
I'm not sure happy about that either. Allowing the knight to e4, it looks strange.
So you think maybe white is okay here? Or?
Yeah.
It looks dangerous playing against these pawns, but like you said, maybe this knight solves pretty much everything.
Yes,
here.
because what is that? I mean, you play rook g6, and then maybe white wants to exchange queens. I don't know, rook b2 and queen b7 or queen b5, or what is black actually doing? The bishop on c7 is not a very good piece.
No, it should.
I don't like f4, but
okay. So let's find something else. Can we
rook
try?
rook c1 is obviously white has a problem here that must be solved.
Can we try this move, bishop a5?
Yes, but
Getting
knight
it
c4.
here. That's a big problem. Yeah.
I would think so, but well,
You're
knight
right.
c3 it gets. Huh.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, maybe white is doing fine here. Maybe we're not threatening knight c4 straight away, but it's hard to find a plan for black. Who do you think is better here? Or
It's very difficult to say. I suspect maybe white it could be better, but I'm not sure. Maybe you can. But I'm not sure what that accomplishes either. I was thinking of something more like e4 takes f4, but black's king is very loose. But on the hand,
it doesn't feel too dangerous for this king either.
no. But alright, I was more thinking that now f3 next move. Still, I mean the knight on d2 is not so great.
Yeah, it's true.
But this could be something.
Yeah. Is it too risky to try and take this pawn?
Well, we can start to look at it. But of course, bishop takes, and there's a bishop e3 check.
How about knight f1?
c1 is hanging. Yeah.
So I don't know, rook.
Yeah, bishop e3 check.
And yeah, this is not working out well for white.
But maybe even we were sloppy with rook c1 as a defense. I'm not sure. Of course, we have to defend the pawn, but what else? Queen c4. You want to?
Well, that square is always nice for the knight. So
yes, but you have this immediate problem that must be solved. I'm not.
Let's try it. Queen c4.
Now this e4, obviously f4 is covered, so this is not an option.
Yeah.
And knight a5, knight b3, nothing. And e5 is hanging.
Maybe queen c4 is a good move. Yeah, it remains a complicated position in the Swedish meeting between Saget and Tikkanen. Like you said, in this endgame, that king is very active now. I mean, this rook could go to f5, something like this. It should be winning for white, don't you think?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a very nice win for Huska in that case. I think she's an IM playing Sergey Ivanov, of course, a very experienced Russian grandmaster. We also have this endgame, so I'm gonna get rid of those. We can also look at Kamsky. I got the check and the knight went to d4.
Well, he's obviously in he's somehow. This e3 is coming on. This is very.
Yeah, and this bishop doesn't have any good squares either. So I don't know, knight d2, can you play this?
Fair enough. That was good.
Because this rook is sort of running out of squares, I think.
Well, that's an understatement. How is he gonna solve it?
Well, rook e3.
King f2.
Oh, okay, that's.
I just want to take the poor rook. What is this?
I don't know. Is it gonna?
Now he can play e3. Now it gets really interesting.
Oh wow. Okay, this looks very, very dangerous for white. But can he play it? King g1 maybe? No, maybe not king g1. King h2?
Then e2, huh?
Yeah. And this doesn't look good.
No, but king g1. King g1 was better. Must be better.
But still e2?
Bishop h3. What is happening here?
I don't know, but
he's one move from winning, basically.
King f2 wins if he gets to play that move. What is some
Knight e6. This is very strange. Knight d6. Sorry, d6. Maybe
wow.
tactically, maybe just wins. Knight e4 check. f2.
Yeah. Knight c2. Sorry. Here. Or sorry. Maybe we can. Yeah, if knight c2, but then king f2.
King f2.
I guess, and this is not so clear. Maybe white is even winning now. But
now white is winning. But
well, that's an amazing variation, knight d2 and e3.
Well,
I would never dare to accept this as white.
No, but you have no option. I mean,
don't I? I mean,
in this position, e3 is okay. No, you have in this position you must play rook e1, I guess.
Rook e1. Yeah, I guess this is one option as well, but maybe knight c2.
Yes.
Yeah, let's try this. I don't know, rook e2, then the other knight. This looks dangerous.
Not very pleasant, no.
I did play knight e2, so we might get a lot of fun here. e3. He has to play. Yeah, he did play e3. Oh,
immediately,
wow.
Yes.
This is wonderful. Okay, so we actually have this position on the board right now. So let's see. King g1. What is happening here? e2.
Yeah.
King g1 has been played as well. Bishop h3 is the critical move, of course. Knight d6. And is it just over? Can he sacrifice the piece somehow?
Well, let's see. King g1.
e2. King f2 then?
Yeah, king f2. Which makes me wonder that maybe e2 is a bit.
Can we play this anyway? I don't know.
e3.
Yeah, we're too slow, I guess.
Well, no, not really. Well, knight c2 check. Oh well, no. King takes f3. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, e1. Well, yes, but even king f2, I was not. But I was thinking maybe e2 was a bit instead of e2.
Yeah. Sorry. Here.
If you play knight d6 now,
that looks good. How about rook d1?
E2.
Yeah, that doesn't work as well. So knight e6 is probably even better.
Yes, because what? Well,
Okay,
bishop d3. This is very strange.
I'm not even gonna calculate this. Knight e4, 3 passed pawns against 1 king. I don't know. Well, maybe we can play this.
Oh yeah, well,
Because there's a fork on e2 as well. But
yeah, but if you just take on e4, how on earth are you going to survive this? King f1?
no, probably not.
Oh well. Probably. It shouldn't be able to survive this.
I mean,
It will be scandalous.
Black can even play something like this. I don't know what
yes,
we're supposed to do meanwhile.
Knight f5 would be, I think, also, this cannot possibly work. No, but at least it's interesting to analyze. But now knight d6, just to
Yeah.
the bishop, knight was not very good on b5, so you transfer it. I mean, this is.
I'm guessing Kamsky is looking at all this right now. I kind of envy him. I also want to be having this position on my board. That's
Knight d6, yeah.
It looks good. Even e2 looks good, but knight d6 looks more technical. Do we have anything at all?
I think bishop d. If it's anything, it's bishop d3. But and then knight e4. Let's see if we have some move we can play out.
Well, I want to give up this bishop for these 2 pawns if I'm allowed to, but
yeah, I don't think you're allowed to. That's the.
Yeah, and rook c3, just e2.
Yeah, but bishop d3.
Bishop d3, knight e4.
And what's the threat now? So you and
well, this is one threat.
Rook c4.
But then e2.
Yeah, yes, of course. Yes. Yes.
What a position. Maybe it's just
lost, yeah.
Yeah, this is an amazing position. I kind of don't wanna switch games because this position is so beautiful, so I don't wanna ruin it, but maybe okay, Volkov has at least won his game against Naxons as we expected, but what else do we have? Maybe we can take a quick look at this.
b6?
It seems that way. I'm gonna keep an eye on Kamsky's game, of course.
Yeah, I understand.
Bishop e5, b6. Why did he play b6 here? Or did he run out of moves? Or?
Oh, fair enough. B6, king c6, you play king c2, yeah.
He should be able to draw this.
Yeah, well, because I think bishop d8 runs into bishop d4. Well, what is happening down there? Yes.
Let's try it.
Bishop takes b6.
Bishop takes g7.
Well, bishop takes f2, bishop takes h6. Draw. e3, just take it. Draw.
Yeah. And you can't play bishop. No, I mean this pawn should be able to draw.
Yes, the pawn able to draw. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so probably a draw between the two big talents, Liang and Bluebaum, being the world number 1 in 13 years old and world number 1 19 years old. What games are left here? We have Huska playing against Ivanov. What's going on here?
King b6.
King b6.
Rook a4.
I don't know. I mean, King c5 is also not. It's not ideal, but what else?
No other move will win.
Yeah. And then I guess rook a3 back. And at some point you should play rook d5, I guess, to try and get this pawn. And black will try and get these pawns, and it might lead to some sort of rook against 2 pawns endgame. What do you think?
I was wondering when she plays that somehow
Well, she's still pressing. Should you think still she's winning, or what do you think?
King C3.
Still see that nothing special has happened on Kamsky's game.
No,
Westerberg
because
is here picking up
I'm not
his
sure about
suitcase, his end game, and draw.
in this. She allowed A6. I'm not sure, but maybe you have this.
B5 looks more natural,
Yeah,
but
but-
okay,
but-
then F3 is hanging.
After rook, no, but after rook A1 here.
Mhm. Yeah,
Rook A1, rook D5.
F6.
No, do we like this move, king? Maybe.
You don't. Well, if you're white, I guess you want to play this move B5 with white.
But he
It seems like he defends well with A6.
yeah, A6 is an excellent move.
Yeah.
King B6.
And now I guess Rook A4 is the natural move because you want to trade these.
Well,
these
obviously,
pawns.
that shouldn't be a problem then to draw.
Well, maybe he has to go back and
Rook A3.
maybe something like this, and then Rook A5. What do you think?
Yes, because Black has maybe a problem what to make of his rook in this position.
Yeah.
What is his next move?
He wants to be on A3, attacking this pawn. So maybe he has to play King E7.
Then E5 opens up as an option. I'm not sure.
Oh, what happened in the game?
There could be an option anyway.
He played Rook B3 and then King C5. So maybe now he can try something like this. And now Rook A3. To try and gain a move. What do you think?
Yes, well, alright, but maybe. How did that happen? So, D4, B3.
I don't know how this is if you play Rook A5 and take and check King E5. Let's try B5 perhaps. I don't know, take King C5. I'm trying to defend this way with the Rook while at the same time supporting
that
the
was
B
nice. That was nice. But alright, F5.
Okay, let's try this move, Rook A4.
Oh, yes, you're right. You sort of King E5.
King E5.
B6.
At least white has very good winning chances.
That was very, very clever. Yeah, very clever.
We have another interesting endgame actually. Xian playing against Ralph Åkesson. And it looks good for white because he has an exchange up and the pawn is on G7, but I'm not sure how he's going to make progress. Because the rook can't really leave the G pawn without losing it. And if the king improves, then F2.
Yeah. Okay, black plays. I would suggest A6.
A6,
or B5. That was the same move. But maybe B5.
Oh, sorry. So rook G6 and B5 here.
Yeah.
Then what's going on? Should white?
And you want to go A5 and B4? I mean.
Yeah. So King G4 perhaps. I mean, at some point, I guess you have to go F2.
A5.
Okay, A5, King G5.
Now I believe it's high time to go F2.
Yeah, because I'm threatening some sort of mating attack here. So I have to go Rook F6.
King takes G7. Yeah.
And then I take here.
B4.
B4. And this should be an easy draw at least. Or what do you think? Yeah. Take.
Take back. Yeah, well. Yeah, black should not lose this with the pawn on B3.
Yeah.
No.
This has to be a draw, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's really good for Åkesson because he was a pawn down very early in the game, and
For nothing, yeah.
yeah, and he has to fight back as black against a strong grandmaster. So.
What's happening with
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at what happens. Still no moves on the first board. I'm gonna update it because I really want some moves on the first board.
he's still thinking?
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, that's where all the excitement is. We also have this game.
It's getting more and more exciting.
We were going back and forth, and then black just went g6.
That is ambitious.
But he has a fourth pawn that can run. This way. I don't know. What should white play here? Maybe we should put the bishop on a better square. I don't know. You can start with king c2. And h5, I guess. Just start running. And I'm not completely sure what is going on here. As soon as the bishop leaves, I guess he will just take b6.
Yes, of course.
And what else are we supposed to do?
Interesting.
And this move is as well. Bishop takes h6. Was played in the game.
Very good.
And it just takes and takes, and this should be a draw, I guess. It shouldn't be a problem to get this final pawn.
No.
So white will be able to draw this, or king takes king d4 is an immediate draw, and bishop g7 just king d2.
Oh, king c4.
Oh yeah, king c4 can also be played. White should be able to draw this.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Of course, that's a very
Exciting
good result
game.
for white. Yeah, the endgame was really exciting actually. We weren't.
Yeah, it wasn't that exciting before, maybe. But
Yeah. Well, the opening was rather exciting with knight h5 and the
so
stuff in the
b5. No,
We have this endgame as well. Huska against Ivanov. King c5 is the position right now. And
your idea to temporize was very nice. Rook c3,
rook c3,
king b that, king rook b3,
b3 and now
rook a3.
a3.
So now you have. Now white has to do something here. I'm not really sure what, but
no. Because this idea rook a5 is one of the winning tries, but
yeah, probably the only winning try I was.
Yeah, you really want that idea to work at least.
Yeah.
I will see here that after the check, Ivanov Huska did play king d4. And now we expect rook b3 actually.
Yes.
King c4, rook a3. And white to move. Okay, so should we take another look at rook a5?
Yeah.
And let's take this one. This has to be forced, I guess. King e5.
No. Yes, but are we sure about king?
It looks natural, but
yeah, I think the problem with king d7 is that you play b5 and rook f4, king d5 is a very strong king.
Yeah, and we get the check and
Yeah. No.
So
okay, we look.
King e5 has to be played, I guess.
Yeah, and you're correct. b5.
b5. And how about rook f4 here?
Well, yes.
It's not very. It's not a nice way to take the pawn. I guess white just goes king c5 here.
King c5, you're probably correct. So b6, king d6 is that's not so clear. But
we wanna keep the king away from the pawn. And now rook takes b6, and this looks very bad for black.
Yes.
So king e5, e5. Maybe he just has to take on e4. But then we also have this check.
That wins immediately. Okay.
Yeah. So we can't take on e4.
Yeah. Very nice tactic.
But that means black is probably in trouble here.
Yeah.
So perhaps this idea rook a5 just wins. It seems that way at least. Well, in the game, they still have this position, king d4, king c4. This is the position right now, and probably they're going to play rook a3.
But yeah, it makes no difference.
Yeah, I mean you could go to e3, but still rook a5
It's
is
the
the
same
same position.
Yeah, correct.
So, yeah. First board. We have moves finally. So, after king g1, e2 was played actually.
Yeah.
And after king f2.
Yeah.
I guess we will take on f1 here.
You will.
I don't know. Whoops.
We had this 96 move, but
knight d6 here.
and then we play king h3.
Yeah.
And now
We
knight
have
c2
knight
check.
c2 check. Yeah.
But what is?
But we can take. I don't know how this endgame is if you take here and you get a queen.
Take.
Do you have any drawing chances here?
King
Maybe
f2.
King f2.
Bishop e2. This is. There's not many pawns left.
Yeah. And
Knight e4 check.
Yeah, knight d2, king g2,
knight e3 check,
king h2 perhaps. I don't know. King. Where should we go?
h3 maybe.
h3.
Well, it's very.
Maybe black is winning here.
Maybe, but I'm not totally convinced. I mean, what is? Okay, what is black?
Maybe put a knight here and
on b4.
move the king.
b4.
b4. Let's try knight c3 perhaps.
Knight c3, bishop
d3.
No, knight f2
sorry,
check.
We can't.
But bishop f3.
Yeah,
King
we have to start walking with the king at some point, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, white wants to sacrifice the bishop for two of these pawns. That would be very nice.
Okay, bishop c6.
Yeah, this is not easy.
It's not easy for black to win this.
No, definitely not. But I mean, in the game, king f2. At some point, I think black will have to take
if he
and
takes.
try this endgame.
Alright, let's see. He takes. Okay.
And king takes, maybe?
Yeah, okay.
And knight d6 looks natural, trying to get the knights to e4.
Rook d1.
Okay, rook d1. We don't want to allow that.
That's excellent, actually, to take with the king. Very good.
So, then what? King e6?
Then what? Yes.
King f2, maybe? Or rook c5? Do you think black has any winning chances here, or do you think it's a
always
draw?
has chances, but it's not so clear. I mean, king f2. I like king f2.
King f2, then king d5, I guess.
King d5. What is white? 96 next move. Yeah. Oh well, let's get b4. I mean, at least it's one. 2 steps closer to b8 square. I'm not saying it's ever going to get there, but well, I'm not sure.
I'm not even sure what I'm playing for. I guess king e4. I'm not really sure where my king is going, actually. I'm afraid that at some point you will just walk around and take this pawn, but okay, let's try king e4. Anyway. Apparently they made a couple of moves. And he took back with the rook on f1 instead.
Okay, king e6.
Which is fair enough.
Yeah, well, of course. And now
king e6, king e3 has been played now.
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea. It's okay. So king d5, then maybe he will play rook d1, something, trying to annoy black.
Yes, indeed. Or I was also thinking rook c1.
Rook c1 might even be better. This is a very interesting endgame, actually, but
And now it can get very tricky. I mean, knight. Do you want to play knight d6 maybe?
knight d6, but okay.
Rook d1, knight c4 check. But maybe you can even play a move like b3.
Yeah.
Because you take b3, I mean rook d1 check, and you take the pawn on f3. So it's a
Somehow I have a feeling that this endgame of the king d5 might be a draw. I mean, it looks like at some point both players might not be able to improve their position. I mean, white at some point would like to get around with the rook, get this one, but then the knight become very active, and this pawn is dangerous as well. Well, at the same time, with the knight standing like this, it's hard to improve.
yes.
So I have a weird feeling that this might actually be a draw, which is sad, thinking about the position we just had.
Maybe. Yes, maybe we commentators were better. I mean, with this e2 move was this knight d6 move. I simply see no defense.
I liked your knight d6 better, actually. And rook d1 doesn't work because of e2, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It still feels like a draw, but of course black is trying to win.
This is the position.
Yeah. Surely black is the one trying to win, at least, but
Yes, but rook c1.
rook c1. Let's try this. And now what? Knight d6? Can we try it?
Yeah, that was, but that was b3.
b3. Then I have no idea. Should we go back or?
Yeah, but what did that accomplish?
I don't know. We provoked b3 somehow.
But now, but knight b5, then b4 maybe. I mean, this is
yeah.
knight e4 now, rook d1. That's losing. So
It appears so. Yeah. We have another endgame here.
no, they're closing in on our.
This
She plays exactly as
b5.
we thought or we suggested.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Then we're satisfied.
Yes.
And we think this is losing for black. I don't see a defense, at least.
Probably. I mean, rook
Should not be able
f1.
to rook f1. Maybe. Okay. Let's just try king c5 anyway.
But then the check.
King b6.
King takes e4.
Check.
King d5.
And now I'm guessing king. Okay, maybe it's not so clear. King b7. It still feels very difficult.
Yes, because you don't. Black is not. He's not getting his extra pawn on the king side doing anything.
Yeah. And Kamsky still no moves. I'm gonna update just to see if they're thinking or if we should be thinking.
They have no time left.
Well, they have a few minutes left.
Yes.
Well, most results are done. We can check Ralph Åkesson. The king has gone to d2, but okay, he's trying to put black in some kind of Zugswang, I think.
But b3?
b3, then I guess king d3.
What? f2? b2?
Okay, maybe he's losing. Maybe we have to be a bit more careful. Yeah, the rook can't. Okay, so king d2, b3. What's going on here? King.
Yeah, well, king c3, f2. I mean, we have all the normal that we had before, with the same idea.
Yeah. So it probably leads to draw anyway.
Yeah, this is takes and king g6. I mean, what is white gonna do here?
I don't know.
No.
It should be a draw pretty soon.
Yeah.
Then we have this interesting in game. Everyone else is about to finish, but it feels like this one's still in the time scramble or something. Saget playing against Ticken.
Well, obviously time scramble is not. They have not much.
Yeah, it feels like they're low on time. What happened? Queen b3, rook f7, knight e4, rook h5.
He simply ignores it, which is excellent, interesting. He just simply ignores knight e4.
And what's going on here? I'm thinking, can we even take on f5 here? Is it too crazy? I'm gonna try. At least I'm a commentator, so nothing happens if it's wrong.
Could be a perpetual check.
Take.
Queen
it
G8.
Might be a perpetual check, yeah. And king
h6.
h6.
Check and back. Perpetual check.
Yeah. Can black try and
no,
win?
He's
no. Yeah, this is awkward.
But,
so taking on f5 should lead to a draw.
But maybe white is playing for win.
Yeah. At least we hope he is.
It's more interesting. Well, for example, but that is not better. I thought of knight d6.
Knight d6, and if you take?
Queen e6 check. But rook f6.
Check.
King h6. This is perpetual again.
Yeah. Looks like a perpetual. Maybe the game will end in a draw, I'm not sure.
Or maybe... Yes.
I mean, white can try something else here. Queen c4 or something.
Yeah, but that doesn't really accomplish anything.
No, but
I'm
not sure what black's next move is either.
This is true.
Maybe rook h. I don't know.
Maybe black's next move could be, but that runs into knight d6. Rook g7, but that runs into knight d6.
Yeah, let's say queen c4, just to see a move from black. How about this rook h7?
It doesn't really, it doesn't threaten anything, but on the other hand, what is white supposed to do?
I have no idea.
Very interesting. Yeah.
Okay, can we try knight d6? And now maybe take on f5? Or is it just completely mad?
No. Take on f5?
Take on f5, queen e6 check.
King g7.
And now maybe rook takes f5.
Yeah.
We're still looking at this game and he's sitting here in the audience. I don't know, maybe we should update the game. What happened in here? We still have no more moves after rook h5. What happened?
So let's see, rook h5, knight d6.
You played knight d6 and bishop takes.
Bishop takes, queen e6.
Rook f6.
Queen g8.
King h6.
Draw. Yeah,
Okay,
we saw this. Yeah. That makes sense.
We thought maybe we could take on f5 and draw.
Yeah, that's.
But this is more spectacular. Yeah, this is riskier. Yeah, you're right.
I thought that one was safer, and maybe I could continue if I find something.
Yeah, we were looking at queen c4, but we weren't sure what anyone was threatening here. But
doesn't really accomplish anything. But
no, I have no idea. But
yeah, I'm not sure what exactly white is what white should play for. So.
No.
No.
But instead of queen c4, I was looking at another move, h4 instead.
Whoa, h4. Okay. And if you
The
take,
idea is g takes h, g4.
this is crazy. Yeah.
h2, king h1.
h2, king h1.
Yeah. So this is possible position. But I don't think black should take. Instead, black should play after h4. Black should play f4.
So after h4, f4.
Yes. And this was less clear for me. Maybe it's something like this. White should play this.
Yeah, this is
I'm not
crazy.
sure exactly what I'm threatening. So.
No. Exciting.
We understand that you took a draw. It's
But okay, maybe knight d6. But okay, I didn't have enough time to calculate this. But maybe there's a difference because the g4 comes down.
yeah.
So maybe I had something there, but I have a minute left on the clock.
I think it's understandable that you went for a draw instead of playing h4 here.
h4 is really. If it would be blitz, I would definitely play h4.
Yeah, this is crazy. But anyway, a draw is a fair result, I guess.
Yeah, I think it was fair.
So, okay. Gato has moved his king.
But he didn't play my move.
Let's see here. Can you...
Rook c1.
Ah, yeah. Maybe next time. Rook d2. King d3. Rook f2. So White is trying to defend.
Well, he's waiting.
The second file. Yeah. I'm still not sure how Black is supposed to improve his position here.
King a2 looks well.
Well, he might try
He has to
something.
do
But
something.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, he did play king a2.
Yeah, that's what I saw on the board. But
King d3. Yeah. Yeah, this shouldn't be. This is not the winning attempt. I don't think that way, at least.
King b1, now it's high time for b4. I mean, so you have this. Should
Yeah.
you king? No, but maybe king wants to go around to e1. But somehow
Maybe something like this. Yeah.
somehow I don't really believe in it. But maybe I'm wrong.
I would be extremely fascinated if this was the winning idea actually. And
Yeah,
it won the game.
well, there's no other ideas. Let's see.
That's
king
true.
b1.
Yeah. Let's try king b1. But I mean, if we move the b pawn,
King c1. Let's see.
then we have a check.
King b2.
Okay, now we're going to pick up this.
Yeah, pick up the pawn and try again. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm gonna. What am I gonna do? Okay, b3 here. Very sophisticated move.
Yes, but king c1.
And now I'm gonna go b4. Are you coming closer?
No, that was good. That was good. Yeah.
b3 and b4 is extremely sophisticated chess. Yeah.
Yes, very good. Let's see. Now it's difficult to make a move. King b1.
And then king e3.
King e3. Maybe a draw. Yeah, king c1.
I want to try king c4 and then take on f3 and try to play that in.
You play for a win. Very good. Yes.
Yeah. I like your spirit at least. I like.
Well, let's see. King c4. Yes.
Okay, king c4, king d1.
Takes.
Take.
King
take
takes
on
b5. He should. Or should he lose?
I have no idea what's going on here anymore. Yeah.
King e2, king c5. I mean, cuts off the knight completely.
Yeah.
So black should check on d4.
Oh, sorry.
King was on c4.
Sorry, what was the line we were trying here? King c1, b4.
King
c4.
All right, maybe we're being a bit silly, but it's interesting at least. So
yeah, I mean, a lot of
knight
different
d4,
angles.
but king c5. What do you?
But now I don't know.
Knight b3, king
And king
d5.
c4,
No, king.
maybe. Oh, okay.
Or king. But it's king d5. Just wins, doesn't it?
But I mean, king d2,
b5,
knight a5,
king e5.
Okay, this is annoying. This is annoying. Yeah. It seems like they made a few moves. I'm gonna update to see. He went all the way back.
All the way back.
He didn't go for my b3, b4 idea.
No.
King b4, king c4. Very sophisticated chess, or maybe not. I don't know.
Rook d1 again, yeah.
No, he played rook d1, yeah.
That's
Well, he's gonna try for a while. Is there anyone else going on here? We have Huska playing Ivanov.
No, it's
That pawn looks good. Rook d3?
yeah, makes sense.
And after rook c1? But I mean, the game should win. Sorry. It seems like she repeated the position a while, but what's the most
Well, what about b7 then?
in this position?
Or rook g8?
Well, sorry, something wrong with the program. Sometimes the program makes the bad moves, not me. So rook d8, I guess rook b3, and rook b8.
I'm not sure about rook b3 actually. Let's see. The rook was on c3.
Yeah. But I mean, what else here? I guess.
Yeah, that's what was I was
King
thinking.
b5. I mean, okay, we're threatening rook c8, so rook b8 has to be played.
Are you sure about that? But alright. King
Yeah.
a6.
King. Let's
King
try and
takes
break the
g4.
ball.
Maybe this is actually drawish.
Yeah, we don't want to allow this, I guess.
No. b7 was maybe wrong, but
This is the position right now, actually. So she did go for this. How about, okay, let's take a look at this. Black is going to play this and king f4 and run with this pawn, right? Do we have anything? You wanna go immediately for this? Or?
Black cannot get both pawns. Okay. So rook d8 is forced.
I think this has to be played, right?
Then king d5 would be
King d5 here, and then we have to take.
And I was thinking either king e6 or rook d4. Rook d4 then first.
King f3, I suppose.
And then king e6.
G4.
Take an f6.
g3.
This doesn't look.
e5 g2.
Or is it just
This doesn't look like the right way to win this. Sorry, a rook. Ferdinand, do you have any idea? Rook b3, rook b8. So far it looked fairly natural to me. King d5.
King e6.
King e6, king f4.
Rook b4.
Rook b4, let's try. What are we gonna try here?
e5 check. That's my idea.
And king f3.
E takes f6. f7. Rook b1.
Rook b1.
King f2. Draw. Or I don't know.
Or is it? King e7.
Maybe right. No, maybe I was right actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks. Maybe this is winning because I had check here as well. Thank God we don't have to calculate this over the board. It looks like okay. Åkesson is still the same position. I don't know what happened with the boards. I mean, apparently Saget is still thinking, but he's still analyzing here with us. So I don't know. at least Kamsky is making moves. We can update and see if they've made anything. No. Well, they're still sitting there according to the camera, so they're still playing. And yeah, we also have this endgame. King e6, what's going on? King f4, I guess, has to be played.
Rook b4.
Rook b4, yeah. And I guess there's no difference starting with King f3, right?
Could be.
Let's try it then.
King takes f6, g4,
G4, e5,
g3,
e6,
g2,
g2.
rook takes b7.
Yeah. What
Rook
happened
b1. That's
he went rook before in the game.
King f3 here. But now maybe king f5.
And g4.
Rook b3 check.
Ah, that's annoying. That looks good. King f5 seems to be the good move there. Yeah, king f5 must be winning, right?
Well, shouldn't be sure of anything. King f1, king e3, but of course you put that clock.
Okay, so it seems like Kamsky didn't try and win that game. It seems like he agreed to a draw against Swapnil, which means we have quite a lot of players in the lead now. We have Kamsky and Swapnil, of course. We have Sasikiron, we have Sokolov, and I think also Volkov is in the lead. Is Blomqvist in the lead as well? So, okay, good. We have a Sweden in the leading group as well. We have Erik Blomqvist, of course, who I'm hoping for to win the tournament. So, this is the only interesting game going on, I believe. Huska playing against Ivanov. It seems like the position right now is rook b4.
And king.
What
king
can we
f3.
try? King f3,
yes.
king f5,
king e3.
King e3, but if we take now?
Yes, of course it's better for white, but this is anything. Is it
G4?
Good enough?
I don't know. Let's try e5, g3.
Yes, e6.
e6, g2.
Rook g4.
Rook g4, okay. So king f3.
That is rook takes g2.
How is this kind of endgame?
e7. King e6.
King e6, king e4.
King d6.
King d6, king f5.
King c7. b8 queen.
Yeah, you're in time. And then maybe we'll have to see this endgame for quite a while. Or I don't know. Of course, they're looking at calculating quite a bit of the rook b3, but king f3, maybe. So this was losing. G4.
This I do believe
E5.
is losing. Yes.
This is probably losing. Yeah. King f3 take. f7.
Rook
g2.
b1.
Rook b1. And we get this move a check. And white appears to be winning here. And there's no other way we can take king g3.
King f6. What's happening here?
f6. What is going on here? King h, I don't know.
King h2, king g7?
Yeah, we are losing that. Black, aren't we?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Well, there are a lot of complicated lines to look at after rook b4. It seemed like maybe she should have had some easier way to win the position, but
maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
King f3, king f5.
King f3, king f5, king e3.
Takes.
He did play king f3. So takes, g4.
Yeah, e5.
g2.
e6. We looked at this. this.
G2.
And rook G4.
Rook G4.
King F2, obviously. Only move. E7.
Yeah, and Queen.
Yeah.
And we get this endgame again.
King E6. Yeah. It's very tricky.
King F2.
King D6.
How about
King
Nah.
D7?
This doesn't work, right?
I think not.
If the pawn would have been on F7, then
But then you take the other route. Maybe.
so it looks like maybe it leads to some sort of endgame with Queen against Rook.
Yeah, well.
And I'm glad that I don't have to win that endgame. But this leads to a win, it seems like.
Yeah, because the rook is far away from the king, right?
Yeah.
It's really dangerous.
Yeah, the rook is far away from the king. We see that he did go for this variation, King F3 and King E3. So this is fun.
Of course, it's very, very difficult. It's not easy to find, I think, the line we found.
I mean, even this endgame with Queen against Rook, against perfect defense, it's not supposed to be very easy to win it.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, against computer defense, I think it's very difficult to win. And I'm glad that I've never had that endgame, but I think in practice it's very easy to play with the Queen, because it's very easy to put the Rook on the wrong square somewhere.
Yeah, it will be taken, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
But I mean, this entire line seems rather forced, taking an E5 and there's no improvement and check at some point.
No, but I think White was winning the other lines. There's no real reason to look into anything else.
Yeah.
No.
Well, okay, G4. The race has begun, I believe. White has to go E5, I suppose.
Oh yes.
G3. All of this seems rather forced. And now Rook G4. King here. Yeah.
E7.
This is very interesting. And yeah. So we will probably get this kind of endgame.
King D7.
Oh, sorry.
King D7.
That would be a draw. So a queen and check.
King C6.
And now we don't even have a good square for the rook.
I assume you want it very close to your king.
Maybe rook B3 can be
Queen
played.
F7 check wins.
No, we have rook F3.
Aha!
But I mean, maybe we don't have to wait for the entire endgame. But I will see just for another minute. Okay, we didn't get that. We actually played G3 and rook B1. I think you can take on B7. I think Huska blundered. Rook B1. We can just take on B7, right?
Well, you have to. And then takes G1 and E7.
If you're gonna try this.
Well, she has to. I mean, but I do believe this is a draw. It should be a draw.
But okay, what should we play? King, Queen, F1?
Queen F1 check, yeah, looks good.
And now we want to avoid checks, of course. But not so easy.
King G7.
But then we have this check, so it's an immediate draw.
Yeah, no, this is a draw,
obviously. King E6 and Queen C4 check.
Oh, Queen A6 check.
Oh, that's even the immediate draw. Yeah, that wasn't very good by Husk actually. Rook B1 is not a brilliant idea. And now it seems like the game will end in a draw within a couple of moves. So anyway, I should perhaps,
maybe, but that's a draw. On the other, E7.
E7 here?
It's a check on E8, but of course it's... No, that's maybe...
You can even try this one, right?
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, maybe rook takes B1 actually wins. because I don't see any check after king f2. Sort of made a mess out of it. No.
Maybe we still have some sort of draw, but I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
No, you're right. Oh well, rook b7. I guess she has to accept the draw, and that was rather awkward. After rook g4, it seems like the position is just winning.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I should perhaps wrap it up for the day. We have a lot of players in the lead, but for our own sake, Erik Blomqvist in the lead is of course very good, and he will probably face one of the best players we have here tomorrow. He won rather easily today against Kravtsev after he blundered. And of course, I also want to thank Ferdinand for taking time to analyze here with me today and showing a couple of variations. And don't you feel like you want to play after analyzing positions? Or okay,
No.
not at all. Well, thank you for today, and I will be back tomorrow together with Nils Grandelis.